We left off on Friday with questions for the panel from Commissioner Duffley. And I believe she did not have an opportunity to complete her question. So we will begin with Commissioner Duffley.
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, apologies for the interruption, but I do have one preliminary matter before we resume Commissioner questions, if I might.
Yes, I'll hear preliminary matters.
Thank you. Actually, in the examination from Commissioner Duffley to the panel on Friday, it was identified that on page, make sure I get this right, page 9, line 1, that the average score of benefit cost ratios, which was previously identified in the testimony as 13, was corrected in discovery, but not in the testimony, and is accurately stated as 17. So this morning, the company's filed a corrected version of that testimony with the commission in the docket. I provided a copy to the court reporter and a copy to each of the commissioners. The only change that was made was to change the number 13 to 17 on page line 9.1 and corrects the error that was stated in that testimony. So we would ask that testimony to be accepted in the record and replace Mr. Roberts' supplemental direct testimony that was originally accepted into the record.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. Since do you have an additional preliminary matter?
Thank you.
And I guess before we get started with Commissioner Duffley's follow-up questions, are there any additional preliminary matters that we need to address? Okay. Seeing none, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Duffley.
Thank you. Good morning. I hope you both are well this morning.
Good morning.
So just remember you're still under oath. So I mentioned on Friday that I wanted to talk through grid enhancing technologies. And so what I'd like to do is go through some questions, first talking about operation, like GETS in operation, and then we'll go to GETS in planning, in the planning space. So going to operations first, could you describe what GETS, and I'm going to use the word GETS, but it also, when I say that term, I'm meaning the advanced conductors as well. I know sometimes they're kind of GETS adjacent. So could you kind of expand on what GETS the companies are currently using?
Yeah, so currently deployed on our system, we have switchable reactors, series reactors, we have phase shifting transformers. We also have remedial action schemes, which is like a form of topology optimization. And we, as mentioned Friday, we do utilize the advanced conductor ACSS trapezoidal wire. And sorry, we do use ACSS trapezoidal wire. And over the weekend, I researched, and we do have several lines currently in service that are using the ACSS trapezoidal wire. We also have a little over 50% of the reconductors identified in the 2022 DICES, the 2023 DICES, and the 2023 resource solicitation cluster upgrades that are ACSS trapezoidal wire reconductors.
Okay, and when you say reconductors, is that just reconductoring, or is it reconductoring and rebuild?
Yeah, some are rebuilt and some are just reconductors.
Okay, thank you for that. And which GETS are under development? Which GETS is the company exploring?
Right. So we're embarking on developing a pilot project for looking at a vendor's DLR sensor through our emerging technology group. And we've also had recent conversations after attending the EPRI Get Set workshop in Atlanta recently. We're also re-exploring application of carbon core advanced conductors. We had a couple of bad experiences with those in other jurisdictions, so we're being careful with that approach. And even the presenters at the Get Set workshop stated there's not a good technology yet with respect to detecting fractures, and also the installation has to be very precise with respect to dead ends, tensioning, with respect to not violating the maximum bend radius, those sorts of things. So carbon core conductors are lightweight. So you can have longer spans with respect to that means fewer structures. And the current carrying capability is basically the aluminum that you can get up in the air is the current carrying capability. But the lightweight, low sag is one of the main advantages that we're looking at. So we are exploring that as well. We've had some internal discussions about like the smart wire, smart valve, which is like a power electronics based IGBT gating power flow control device, but no applications or no pilot testing or anything like that yet. Just talking with vendor and internally. With the vendor and internally.
Okay, and let's go back to the carbon core. You stated that there were bad experiences in some other jurisdictions, and then I think I heard maybe what they were, but just if you could explain a little bit further what the bad experiences were.
Yeah, I'm subject to check. I believe it's under attorney-client privilege at this time.
Oh, well, okay, well, don't, let's just move on. Then with respect to the power flow control that you're discussing, so are you looking at pilot projects for this, and which system would be more appropriate, DEC or DEP?
Right, so we have not discussed pilot projects yet. We've, like I said, just been talking with a vendor, talking internally about application of the smart wire, smart valve power flow control device. I will say that, and that could further develop. And I mean, the right application in the right area, it could be DEC or DEP associated with that. But Order 2023 will require us to, for every generator interconnection study, to evaluate. They have a list of 8 advanced transmission technologies, is what they're calling. They're like GETs. But one of those is the advanced power flow control device.
Okay, so you for each interconnection, you're going to be looking at this technology.
We have a subject check. I believe it's posted on our Oasis. We have a business practice for implementing that portion of Order 2023 to look at these 8 advanced transmission technologies.
Okay, and what has the company been doing with respect to dynamic line ratings?
So we have talked with vendors and one specific vendor we're looking to pilot through our emerging technology group, one of their sensors. And I will say with that, it was interesting at the Get Set workshop. There was a slide presented by EPRI that showed a lot of utilities that are piloting DLRs for having issues with respect to communications dropping out, with respect to sensor failures, voltage transients impacting sensors. So, you know, we are going to put in some due diligence prior to, application of dynamic line ratings. And I'll also say that with Order 881 requiring ambient adjusted ratings, there's one study, and I believe we filed something with the public staff with their inquiry a couple of years back, but one study where Encore Energy applied dynamic line ratings, and they said they got 85% of the benefit, the total benefit from DLR. They got 85% from ambient adjusted ratings.
And you mentioned the ambient, and I understand that potentially you receive maximum benefit in windier areas. Is that accurate?
So with DLR, you would probably receive more benefit with a full weather station, weather input type DLR. With ambient adjusted ratings, we're just looking at a local weather station providing the ambient temperature and adjusting the thermal rating of the line accordingly.
And you anticipated one of my other questions. You mentioned other companies and other utilities such as TVA and others across the country that are not necessarily even piloting right now, but have them operational on this system. Are the companies talking with those other utilities to obtain lessons learned and how to maximize gets on your system?
Yes, through our participation in EPRI, we get a lot of that feedback from the other utilities. And EPRI collects a lot of that data and presents it at their technology transfer and advisory meetings, as well as special meetings like this GetSet workshop.
Okay, thank you. And so the gets that you are currently employing, could you talk through the recognized and quantifiable benefits?
Yeah. So, the one thing I will mention is with power flow control devices and reactors, which just shift flow from one line to the other part of the transmission system, is it is just shifting flow. It's not expanding the transmission system. And if you look at the amount of economic development load discussed in the supplemental planning analysis, as well as the resource portfolios, there's a lot that's going to require transmission expansion versus just shifting power flows. And from an operational perspective, there probably are some efficiencies with respect to being able to shift power flows with reactors when needed, switchable reactors when needed. And like I said, we are applying them in the recent DICES or 2022 DICES and the 2023 DICES. We found applications of switchable reactors and series reactors in lieu of a reconductor project.
Okay, thank you. And then without getting into attorney-client privilege, with respect to the different gets, could you talk through any operational challenges or risks?
Yes, and we had concluded this earlier, and I believe it's in Appendix L. We discussed it, but it was also revealed at this EPRI GetSet workshop. And I'm sorry if I'm saying that too much, but anyway, at that workshop, they had a expert panel discussing topology optimization. And the question was asked, it is a decision support tool. And so it's like a remedial action scheme is going to automatically, upon certain conditions, change your system. Topology optimization is meant more as a decision support tool for the system operator to suggest a different topology. But the one thing that the expert panel couldn't answer is if you don't have the right tools, how does the operator know that they're not getting themselves into a stability issue with changing their transmission configuration?
Okay, thank you. And moving on to gets and the review of gets in the planning space. So Order 1920, as you know, requires that gets be considered with the long-term regional transmission planning, as well as the Order 1000 regional planning. And if you could talk through how you're going to meet that directive, and then also will you talk through whether it's going to flow down to, are you looking at gets in the local transmission planning as well?
Yeah, so I can't really speak that much to the 1920 compliance because if I had other than what's in my testimony and stuff, but if I had Bob Pierce here, he could tell you everything you wanted to know about 1920, but I can speak to our MBST process. And with that process, we are going to look at alternative solutions, including gets, with respect to these diverse scenarios that'll include things like economic development load, as well as the resource portfolios. I think I mentioned Friday, we'll be looking at P1 and P3, both fall-based cases, or fall-based case and P1.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have a few more questions for you. Turning to page 6 of your supplemental testimony, what is the current status of the RZEP 2.0 projects within the CTPC process?
Yeah, so they've been presented several times to both the Oversight Steering Committee, Planning Working Group as well, and the TAG. I think there's a list of those meetings, but it's in my rebuttal testimony, so I'll refer you to that right now.
Okay,
But we presented those several times, and it was presented subject to check back in May that one of the purposes of our 2023 CTPC public policy study would be to evaluate if those RCEP 2.0 projects are needed or not needed, or if there are additional projects are needed. And that the results of that study did validate the need for all the proposed RCEP 2.0 projects. And in addition, it showed need for the Lee Melbourne 230 upgrade as well.
Okay. At a high level, can you explain transmission congestion management on that process?
Yeah, so with the CTPC process,
No,
Or
just in
what-
operations.
Okay.
In operations, like approximately how often are the transmission lines in the system overloaded and require this kind of rerouting of power or curtailment? Could you just talk at a high level what you're seeing on the system right now, and what are your actions that you're taking operationally?
I mean, the best analogy is highway system, right? If I shut down I-40, for those of you taking trips to Chapel Hill every day, or if you shut down I-40 going to Chapel Hill, you've got Chapel Hill Road, and it's probably going to get really congested, especially during certain times of year. Same thing with the transmission system, and that, during outage season, for example, congestion can easily show up. And that's why our outage coordinators have to be very careful with making sure they plan and schedule those outages to, with some rigor, to try to avoid congestion such that you are going to overload. We definitely don't want to overload a line. And so in real time, what the operator does is, with the real-time contingency analysis, is continually evaluating the transmission system and power flows and looking at multiple contingencies on the system. And if one or more of those contingencies show up with an overload, if you lose this line, it'll overload the next. If I lose I-40 to Chapel Hill, I'm on Chapel Hill Road and it's really congested. The operator has to do something to basically get out of that contingency situation. And they can't allow that situation to persist. And that's in compliance with TOP 001 NERC standard.
Right. And so I understand that process, but just from during outage season and other times of the year, just how much congestion do you experience on a daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis on the system?
So from what I've seen recently over the last couple of years, is during the outage maintenance season, it's when we've had the congestion show up. And, you're taking line outages to perform maintenance, to perform TPL reliability network upgrades, asset management programs, to interconnect resources, to connect wholesale PODs, retail PODs. You're doing all this work and you're having to coordinate it. And most of that work occurs in the spring and fall in our what's called our maintenance windows. And so that's when I've seen more of the congestion show up. And it could result in things like, curtailment of a solar that's nearby that congestion.
And so it sounds like during the non-outage season, the system does not have much congestion.
In the winter, even though we experience higher loads in the winter, not as much as in the summer. In the summer, with respect to how conductors behave to higher ambient temperatures, and equipment for that matter of fact, your ratings are lower, your facility ratings are lower. And so in high summer temperatures, you can experience, when you send megawatts through a conductor, you also have to provide the reactive power to sustain a certain power flow. And during the summer, sometimes that can get difficult. But I mean, over the past couple of summers, based on my knowledge, you know, I haven't been in the control room observing, but monitoring, but based on my knowledge, of just looking at some screenshots and stuff, we haven't seen that much congestion in the summer either. It's primarily been in the outage seasons.
Okay, and during the outage seasons, which is it DEC or DEP that sees more congestion?
It depends on what outages you have and what time. I mean, it depends on how that highway system is broken up at the time as to which system would see more congestion.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And then what, if you could kind of give a broad, what's the percentage of the system and both systems, let's just say as a whole, what's that percentage of congestion that you're seeing? Like 10%, 50%?
The normal real-time contingency analysis overloads we see upon a contingency, if it were to occur, can range from 3% all the way up to 25% normally. I'd say that's the probably a 66% confidence interval type range.
Okay, thank you for that. And then, are you currently using GETS to manage transmission outage coordination, or are you looking into how you can use GETS for outage coordination?
Right. Like I said, we have applied reactors, switchable reactors. And we are applying more reactors, and that can shift flow. So if I apply it on this 115 kV line and I start to experience flows, a switchable reactor, and I start to experience flows that are high on that 115 kV line or another part of the network that is impacting, that it's feeding to, then I can switch in that reactor and divert those power flows if the remaining like 230 parallel lines remain intact that can absorb that flow. So you could use it in that manner.
And you are using it in that manner now, or looking into it?
Yeah, I haven't known us to, like the Concord reactor we installed. I haven't known us to apply that Concord reactor in operations space when I was overseeing operations, where I haven't heard or observed any operating plans that have utilized that Concord reactor to shunt flows. I think we have used the switchable Richmond County reactor before when switching in like the 500 kV line. I think we have, subject to check.
Okay, thank you. And it sounds like your job is becoming the men and women in the operations room. It's becoming more difficult potentially. How with the changing resource mix, how are you dealing with the increasing complexity of operating the grid? What steps are you taking?
Yeah. So I'm not managing the control room anymore, and I'm not director of system operations anymore. So basically, this will be based on my conversations with system operations personnel, and I have people in my group that interact a lot with system operations engineering, and just the number of resources and the dispersed, distributed nature of transmission connected resources, not just the deconnected resources, but transmission connected resources. It takes a lot with respect to integrating those into our energy management system and controls associated with that. We do have some more projects underway that are going to assist the operator with that, but it's taking more and more tools to try to assist the operator in managing all of the resources and the resulting power flows. But I think the tools have kept up with the operator needs, but they'll have to continue to keep up with the operator needs.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
So, Mr. Roberts, still good morning. And I have some follow-up questions to the questions that I asked on Friday afternoon.
Okay.
And I think that all of my questions are going to be directed to you.
Okay.
My questions are all going to be dealing with the company's testimony and information to show that the RZEP 2.0 projects are needed for implementation of the carbon plan. And I want to go back to the question that I asked just to get some further clarification from you. And so Duke is asking that the commission acknowledge but not approve the RZEP 2.0 projects, and you're asking that the commission acknowledge that the RZEP 2.0 projects are necessary for implementation of the carbon plan. Can you explain to us what the significance of that acknowledgement is? What does that acknowledgement provide, and what are you going to do with it?
Right. Thank you for that question. So I'll start off with House Bill 951 itself, and I reviewed that again over the weekend. And it does state that this plan, this resource plan, will consider not only generation resources, but also transmission. So, you know, that's one thing. And then also, I think the acknowledgement from this commission carries a lot of weight with respect to the CTPC participants. And as part of, you know, House Bill 951 being resources, generation resources and transmission, and as far as having those projects in a local transmission plan, probably really late December or early January. If it's like the RZEP 1.0 projects, it was January. But I think it will go a long way with respect to the CTPC participants in agreeing that those RZEP 2.0 projects need to be in the local transmission plan.
And what are the CTPC participants' positions currently about whether RZEP 2.0 projects should be included in the local transmission plan?
I think from a technical basis, they would agree, you know, analyzing a portfolio of 12.5 gigawatts of solar and solar paired with storage, 2 gigawatts of batteries, 1.2 gigawatts of onshore wind, and 800 megawatts of offshore wind. Analyzing that portfolio in a power flow study, it showed that these lines overloaded. And so they need to be resolved if you're going to get to that point. The thing about RZEP projects is you go ahead and get those hurdles out of the way. If you don't get those hurdles out of the way and those costs are allocated to those resources in a DICES or a resource solicitation cluster, there's a much higher likelihood that they're going to withdraw, that they're not going to move forward, or the selection of resources in the RFP are going to be higher costs for the customers.
And so specifically for the participants in the CTPC, I think we know what the public staff's position is because they provided in testimony. What are the positions of the other participants about the specific RZEP 2.0 projects?
So when you say other participants, you're talking about like NCMC and electricities?
That's correct.
Participants. So once again, on a technical basis, I think they would agree with the study outcome. I think there may be some questions on their part from a cost allocation perspective, but that cost allocation argument, like I said Friday, the cost allocation argument has been presented to FERC, and FERC ruled that our load ratio share allocation is just and reasonable, and that's applicable to public policy projects as well as the new NVST projects.
Okay. And we have testimony from the public staff about their, I guess, disagreement about commission acknowledging the need for RZEP 2.0. Can you just state what your opinion about the public staff's opposition is?
Right. So from the public staff's testimony associated with RZEP, once again, they indicated that the Licensville Oakboro and Clayton Industrial Selma 115 are likely needed. We agree with that. But we also agree that the other RZEP 2.0 projects in DEC are needed in order to meet those targets in the resource plan that are established and continue that progress toward, House Bill 951. In addition, the cost benefit analysis shows that even absent of decarbonization, that they have benefits that are much higher than cost, 4.0 and above. And I did look back over the weekend at the RZEP 1.0 projects, and they were all 5 or higher for the cost benefit to cost ratios. So they do have benefits discounting any decarbonization benefit. And so, the RZEP 2.0 projects are needed, even the DEC projects, excuse me. The DEC projects are needed, sorry. The DEC projects are needed in order to move forward and meet these targets in our resource plan.
And I'm sure one of the commissioners or one of the parties will be asking the public staff there for more detail about their position about RZEP 2.0. So the rest of my questions are related to how Duke determined that these 6 RZEP 2.0 projects are in fact needed to implement the carbon plan. And I want to start with making sure that we all have a clear understanding of the DICES process and the resource solicitation cluster process. You talked about the the resource solicitation cluster, or the RSC process in 2023. Was there an RSC study process in 2022 for 2022 DICES?
No, there was not.
Okay.
Just the DICES.
Mm-hmm. And for 2023, for DICES and RSC, are they studied concurrently together, or are they completely separate study processes?
They're separate in time. There's some time between the DICES study, the enrollment for the DICES and the study of the DICES for 2023, and then the solicitation into the RSC and the study of the RSC projects.
Mm-hmm. And after, for DICES and then also for RSC, after the study processes are completed, after say phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, is there a report that's issued in regard to the study processes?
Yes. So on our OASIS for DEC and DEP, you can go and to that site and find 2022 DICES phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, because we had to do a restudy reports. You can find a 2022 DICES phase 1 and phase 2 study reports, and you can find an RSC study report. Each of those reports will be on the DEC site and the DEP site.
Okay. And for 2023, we have DICES phases 1 and 2 reports that have been issued. Is that what you said? For DICES 2023, do we have?
Yes,
we have phase 1
and phase 2
and phase 2,
yes.
And we have RSC report as well.
We have an RSC study report as well.
Okay. And I'm going to be talking about 2023 DICES and RSC, because in your testimony, you stated that the RZEP 2.0 projects have been shown to be necessary to interconnection requests in the 2022 DICES. So what I'm interested in is 2023. So this is to help us understand the need for all 6 of these projects. And so what I'm trying to get at is, are these transmission projects, are all of them shown in 2023 DICES phase 1 and phase 2, or RSC for 2023? In other words, are they, I know that you've stated that they were indicated for 2022 DICES, but what about 2023 DICES NRSC?
Right. I do not have the reports with me. So any response would be subject to check. But I'm pretty sure in the RSC, which was all solar and solar paired with storage, that I want to say all of these projects showed up, subject to check.
Okay, for both DEP and DEC?
That's correct. I'll have subject to check.
Okay. So I will ask for late filed exhibits for DICES, the reports for DICES phases 1 and 2 for DEP and DEC, and then also the report for the resource solicitation cluster. And in the event, if one of these transmission projects was not included as being necessary for DICES 2023 or the RSC 2023, what significance would that have, if anything?
I don't think it's significant. And the reason being is that, you had the 2022 DICES phase 1, where you looked at about 10 gigawatts of resources requesting interconnection. And then you had the 2023 CTPC study, where you looked at 12.5 gigawatts of solar and solar paired with storage, as well as onshore wind and battery storage. So with those, high renewable portfolios and all the resources that requested interconnection in the 2022 DICES, phase 1 DICES, it shows these projects are going to be needed, right? And that's where you're trying to get to, is implementing your portfolio, even near term, subject to check. If I remember correctly, the CTPC study, the 12.5 gigawatts of solar was pretty close to the P3 fall base case number for that 2033 summer timeframe.
Okay. And I guess that leads to, if you know, how many projects or megawatts in the 2022 DICES that you referred to in your testimony would the RZEP 2.0 enable to be interconnected? Offhand, do you know that information?
Yes. Have it. Just me. Yeah, so in a data request response, and this did not include the Lee Milburn 230. It indicated 1,877 megawatts enabled by RZEP 2.0. If you add Lee Milburn, there's some overlap with Clayton Industrial Selma with the same resources. And so you go up to about 2.2 gigawatts.
Okay.
With all the RZEP 2.0 upgrades, including Lee Milburn 230.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. And then I believe this is going to be my last question. On page 24 of your direct testimony, you talk about how Duke is continuing to see risks in the solar developers meeting their interconnection milestones in the post-interconnection agreement process. And you talked about that the developers had been requesting to extend the in-service dates due to supply chain issues, cost inflation, permit issues, or change in offtake dynamics. And so can you give as a high-level answer the extent of this problem? How big of a problem is it, and how frequently are you seeing these requests for extension that may cause some difficulties in meeting the amount of solar that we're expecting to be coming online?
Yeah, so I'll invite witness Shi to respond to your question.
Thank you.
Yeah, so certainly, we saw a lot of delay requests during the COVID period, but we're still seeing similar trend continues. Mostly delay is due to supply chain disruption or cost inflation, or sometimes the permit issues, and occasionally it's for lack of offtakes. So here are some stats to give a perspective. So we have, prior to 2024 DICES, we have like 5,800 megawatts of active projects in the Carolinas interconnection queue. Of that megawatts, this is all comprehensive, including solar, battery, and everything else. About 600 megawatts have requested at least one in-service date delay. In addition to that, there's 320 megawatts that terminated PPAs. Those two numbers add together, it's approximately 30% of third-party interconnection requests that request delay or PPA termination could cause delay as well. This does not include the projects that withdrew from the queue.
And when the third-party developers request in-service delays, can you generally help us to understand the length of the delay that's being requested? If there's a range, or how frequent, or what the typical requested delay is?
Because it's handled through like multiple delays. So for a particular delay, it could be like pushed out to 6 months out, or even, further delayed from that 6 months out. So we have actually, last week, we have another project, transmission size 32 megawatts that decided to withdraw. This project had been in the queue since 2018. It has an executed interconnection agreement. It has a 20-year purchase power agreement. So you would think, that's a pretty secure position. And this project doesn't even have a whole lot of significant network upgrade costs assigned to it, but we're still seeing late stage withdrawals or delays.
Thank you. And Mr. Brushworth, I had asked for the late filed exhibits. Will you be able to have them filed before the panel comes back on rebuttal?
Yes.
Okay, that's the request, so that if there's any need for cross-examination by any of the parties, they will have had an opportunity to see it before the panel testifies again.
And Mr. Roberts, does that sound reasonable to you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you,
we'll make that happen.
Chair. Commissioner Tucker?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll try to not be redundant here. I think you have exhausted the question about the needing an acknowledgement from the utility. I didn't understand that, and Commissioner Kimron certainly delved into that pretty well. Mr. Roberts, good morning, and my questions probably are directed to you. We talk about cost benefit analysis. What's the total expenditure? I see $137 million. That's just for the rebuild of the 40 miles of the Lee-Milburnie line, correct?
That's correct.
What is the additional cost for RZEP 2.0?
Yeah, the total cost estimate, subject to check, is around 330 million.
Okay, so you 330 million.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you also talked about in your testimony that some of the wood frames need to be replaced with the H frames. Are you aware that some utilities across the country are putting transmission lines in the ground and using plated steel to cover them up as they run versus going up in the air with them? And there's positive from that as far as poles and or fires, those kind of things. Does that cost analysis render itself favorable to these projects?
So I have limited experience with that, but I do have a little bit of experience where we costed out using that technique for underground trench associated with getting a 230 line over to a point of interconnection.
Right.
And it was more expensive than going overhead. I can't remember about how much, but it was a decision factor in looking at different routes.
Really? Okay, I'll accept that response. Would you say the RZEP 2 is based on the fact that you plan to receive, I think in your testimony, I was reading about 12 gigawatts of solar is going to have to be dealt with from the eastern North Carolina and part of South Carolina. Is that correct? Is that what's instigating this project?
So in the origin of the RZEP 2.0 projects was the 2022 DICES Phase 1 study. And that study, once again, looked at about close to 10 gigawatts of resources in that initial Phase 1 study in DEC and DEP combined. I don't recall the exact number, megawatt number of solar that was in that DICES, but it was substantial. It wasn't the 12.5 gigawatts that we studied in the 2023 CTPC study.
So is the answer to that question, yes, it's because of the solar build out that you're requiring this R 2.0?
So RZEP 2.0 projects do bridge constrained transmission with respect to high solar viability areas, Eastern North Carolina, Upper Midland, South Carolina, PD, South Carolina. They do bridge getting solar and solar paired with storage to load centers from those locations.
Okay. The other question, how, out of this 300 million, the state and Duke filed with DOE for funding. You familiar with that?
Yes, sir. We filed for, we worked in collaboration with the State Energy Office, and the State Energy Office filed an application to, for IIJA funding for the Lee Mill Bernie 230.
Do you know what amount that you personally might get in that grant to offset the cost?
Yeah, subject to check.
Okay.
I want to say it's around 55 million, but that's subject to check.
Yeah. Very well. So two more questions. You stated that there was going to be, from doing this, help me understand, you made a statement about a $200 million cost benefit to these projects. What does that entail, or how do you justify a $200 million savings on a $300 million expenditure?
Right.
Am I follow? I mean, I'm just.
So if you'll look at my supplemental testimony, and I can describe it, you know,
Page 11.
Yeah, page 9 of the supplemental testimony, supplemental table 1, it shows the cost benefit analysis, the benefit to cost ratios.
Okay.
So what those numbers indicate, even if, you know, we look at like the Champion black and white 100 kV lines in DC, that indicates that there are 4 times the benefits, net present value of benefits compared to the cost. And so, you know, what we're looking at, I think I spoke to the Clayton Industrial Selma.
You did?
On Friday. But if you look at the customers that are served from that line, a lot of customers would benefit from decreasing customer minutes interrupted by having a more reliable and resilient transmission line providing their service.
So I'm referring to page 11, where you said there would be over $200 million in benefits could be realized. Do you have a study that verifies the 200 million could be realized?
Yes. So thank you for referring me to that. So that's basically looking at the not using the interruption cost evaluator tool. This is using another consultant's provided tool. And this just looks at the benefit from connecting larger projects to the system, larger. So, for example, 130 megawatt solar versus a 70 megawatt solar. That's what this section is talking about. Is and I think it describes three solar facilities that are larger versus, you know, smaller sites for the same equivalent amount of megawatts. That's where that 200 million of benefits comes from. Okay.
So just one more question. So your basis for this, if I understood you earlier, for requirement of the R 2.0 is because of all the solar that's coming on in Eastern North Carolina and part of South Carolina. Let me finish. And then your basis is that we need to acknowledge a $330 million. I know you don't need approval from us, but a $330 million expenditure based on that. And you say that it is required to meet the carbon plan. what is going to be the impact to the ratepayers for this?
Yeah, so the, for network transmission, once again, we're trying to offset some of that cost through going through the state energy office or collaborating with them for IIJ funding. But the net benefit to the customers would be, if you're going to connect this resource plan to the system, proactively getting this transmission out of the way is most likely going to result in lower costs than if you wait and have it reactionary with the DICES, where the DICES pushes the upgrade. And you're more than likely not going to meet the targets in the resource plan. And also, I'll just reiterate, we're replacing old infrastructure. And you replace old infrastructure and you're going to decrease the likelihood of interruption to those customers.
Okay. So one last question. What would be the cost benefit, cost analysis, if you stated in your testimony, if you did a greenfield line? And I know you talked about property rights and going through purchasing property and all the encumbrances to doing that, but it is less cost, much less cost than what you're talking about doing. And I'm going to leave it as an open-ended question because I know you're going to circle back around and say yes, that it's cheaper to do it the way we plan to do it, but just share that with me and I'll be done.
Right. So, yeah, with greenfield lines, you can add more capacity, right? But you do have to acquire the right of way. You do have to go through siting and permitting, and you do have to have public engagement to have that right of way acquisition, permitting, and siting and permitting. And based on our historical experience, and I'm referring to our Foothills Line project that was going to go up to Asheville, it's extremely difficult, and you can run into so much opposition, you can't get it done. So that's, and as far as cost goes, just for perspective, 100-mile, 500 kV line from our New Bern substation to Womack to Wake is over $1 billion. So it's
The greenfield
the
line.
greenfield line. And that's where we have a lot of the right of way already acquired.
Right. Okay. Not sure we got to where I wanted to get to, but I'll accept those statements. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Presiding Commissioner, for allowing me to question.
Commissioner Hughes.
Just a quick question. If it's better for the modeling panel, you can ask them. The transmission cost of solar and solar paired with storage in the capacity expansion model, that's a mixture of both the red zone projects and just other transmission upgrades that are needed. Is that correct?
Right. So the input to the modeling from a transmission upgrade perspective, a network transmission upgrade perspective, we took the DICES study and looked at all of one resource type, if that resource type was represented, took the network upgrades that were allocated to that resource, divided it by the megawatts of that resource type, and that's where we came up with a cost proxy for input into the modeling. So that's the input to the derivation of those transmission costs that you're referring to.
So would that, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar enough with what's actually in the DICES calculations. Would that include full out line upgrades like the red zone, or was that?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's identified upgrades in the phase 1 DICES. That's correct. You're correct.
So as long as the red zone projects were called for in that, then they would be wrapped into the modifier.
Inherently, you're correct.
Thanks.
Commissioner Depley.
So Commissioner Tucker asked a question that reminded me to follow up with, on Friday, we discussed the Lee Milburn line and we talked about the age. And you had testified that it had, the infrastructure, the poles had reached its end of life. For the other 2.0 projects, are that you're doing a rebuild versus a reconductoring on, have they all reached the end of their life?
I do not know. The reason I knew for Lee Milburn was because of all the information we had to collect for the IIJA funding application.
Okay, before you come back on rebuttal, if you could do that research for me, that'd be appreciated.
And Commissioner McKissack.
Just one or two questions. I know Commissioner Tucker raised some questions about cost for the Red Zone 2.0 projects. And of course, you're seeking acknowledgement at this time for all of those proposed projects. Now, as I recall from reading testimony, it related back to what has occurred with Red Zone 1.0. And as I recall, based upon where they stand today, those projects are projected to come in within the original projected budget. Is that consistent with what you're aware of?
Yes, sir. That's, I believe, subject to check, the original as put forth in the 2022 carbon plan, the estimate was around 550 million. And today, I did look at the latest 190T submittal of the semi-annual update. Today it's around 500 million. So it's less, about 10% less.
And they're projected to be completed, as I recall, around 2026. Is that right? Or is that?
So all but one project are currently projected to be completed by the end of 26. There's one that's completed in mid 27. But once again, that through the gating process and materials, supply chain, any kind of issues can crop up.
And the projects which are proposed under Red Zone 2.0, when would, if they, assuming they were you proceeding with them, when would they be completed by?
So all but the Lee Milburn would be completed by the end of 28.
28.
And the Lee Milburn, if we did that in two phases, one phase could be done, the more critical phase could be done by the end of 29, and the second phase by the end of 30.
And if Duke did not receive the acknowledgement which it seeks, how many of those Red Zone 2.0 projects would you likely proceed with, notwithstanding an acknowledgement?
Right. If they were fully, with resources that stayed in the queue, if they ended up being driven by DICES or RSC, then we would still have to pursue those, right? Because they're needed for interconnecting those resources that stayed in the queue.
So would that likely be all of them?
I don't know, sir.
Don't know.
I would have to look at the latest
I understand.
queue report.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
So I think that's it of commission questions. So we'll turn to questions on commission questions.
One question. Let me see. This was today, Commissioner Duffley was asking you about the use of GETs to make line outages easier. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that exact question about making line outages easier.
Maybe I'm paraphrasing it wrong. She asked, are you currently using GETs to manage outage coordination? And you responded about switchable reactors. And then are you currently looking into, I don't have the exact words here, but are you currently looking into, using GETs to facilitate line outages? That's not my question, but or just to see if we're on the same page.
subject to looking at a transcript with her actual question. I can only take your word for it at this point.
Okay. I think that's fine for now. Has Duke done a comprehensive analysis of what all gets can do to make line outages easier?
Yeah, so as far as line outages, once again, a GET solution, you're looking at it being a sustainable solution, right? Just like a rebuild of a line. You want it to be sustainable and not just temporary with respect to facilitating line outages. And also I'll reiterate that Order 2023 requires us to look at 8 advanced transmission technologies with respect to performing generator interconnection studies. And so, I mean, we are going to be continuing to look at GETs and where it's prudent and is a sustainable solution, we'll look to apply those.
But there's no comprehensive analysis you could point to.
Once again, Order 2023 will require us to look at the advanced transmission technologies with each generator interconnection study. And we've got a business practice that we're going to utilize to perform that evaluation.
No further questions.
Mr. Burns, it looks like you have some questions.
Yes, Madam Presiding Commissioner, this is John Burns for CC, but I've just got a couple of follow-ups related to Commissioner Tucker's question about the need to acknowledge the RZEP 2.0. Do you remember that line of questions?
Yes.
Attributing that to the need for solar in those territories?
Yes.
He asked you specifically, what is the effect on the end customer of the RZEP 2.0 being acknowledged and approved? Would there be any, if these projects proceed under DICES or in the queue, would the end customer ultimately end up paying for those upgrades in the long run anyway?
I believe they would through the bid prices that are submitted to the resource solicitation cluster.
And is there any advantage in the company's from the company's perspective or from either of your perspectives to dealing with those projects upfront in a proactive manner in RZEP 2.0 in terms of cost to the end customer?
Yeah, I mean, you may not have to rush and try to find crews because you can schedule things better if it's done in a proactive manner. And you can help with resource utilization efficiencies. And you can order materials properly with doing things in a proactive manner. So I think for all those reasons, you probably would see increased cost if you did it in a reactionary manner.
Okay. And then for other resources other than solar, if transmission upgrades are needed, are transmission upgrades for those resources rate-based to the customers as well?
So if they're needed for other than solar, a network upgrade for a PERC project, yes, it's going to eventually go into cost of service. It's eventually going to go into wholesale formula rates. That's correct.
And Ms. Shee, you testified about, I think in response to Commissioner Kemmerwright's questions related to delays and cancellations of solar projects. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
We had witness Farber testified earlier about looking forward to current procurements and the procurements anticipated in the future and what troubles attrition may pose for those. Would you defer to witness Farber in her involvement in actual procurements and what the effect of costs and attrition may be in the future?
I would defer to her into the details. High level, we are seeing even outside of the procurement program, projects could drop because of financing challenges associated with network upgrades. So Red Zone 2.0, Red Zone 1.0 is beneficial in terms of get ahead on the timeline and providing relief on the financing to the third-party developers.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Dodge.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Roberts. Tim Dodds with
Good morning.
North Carolina's Electric Cooperative. Oh, you bet. Sorry about that. I know Commissioner Tucker had indicated he thought we had exhausted the topic of acknowledge versus approve, but I'd like to come back to that subject, that distinction a little bit more if we could. First, do you recall the lines of questioning today and on Friday from Commissioner Kemerite and Duffley regarding the significance of that request, approve versus acknowledge?
Yes.
And I believe your response was that acknowledgement would authorize the CTPC to continue to evaluate the RZEP projects as part of its local transmission planning process and to determine whether the project should be included in the annual transmission plan that's approved by the CTPC. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe I said it would authorize the CTPC to proceed forward. If I remember correctly, what I said was that I felt that the acknowledgement would go a long way to help with the CTPC incorporating the RCEP 2.0 projects into the local transmission plan.
Right. And I agree. You did state that the commission's acknowledgement would carry some weight with the CTPC. I just recall that. This morning, Commissioner Duffley asked about RZEP 2.0 projects, specifically where they were in the review process. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And I believe you indicated that the need had been established for those projects in the CTPC process. Is that correct?
So recalling what I stated in my rebuttal testimony, there's a list of several meetings where these RZEP 2.0 projects were discussed with the Oversight Steering Committee, with the Planning Working Group, and with the Transmission Advisory Group stakeholders. And subsequently, we conducted the 2023 CTPC public policy study. That study showed one thing: the RZEP 1.0 projects are right sized because none of them overloaded with that large portfolio. And number two, the proposed RZEP 2.0 projects did overload, thus exhibiting need, and also the Lee Mill Bernie overloaded, thus exhibiting need. There were other overloads, but those overloads weren't on the original candidate list presented to the Planning Working Group and Oversight Steering Committee.
So just for clarity, the CTPC at this point has not agreed that there is a need for those projects?
The CTPC has not agreed. Technically, they agreed that with the results of the study, because they approved the study, or we approved the study, I should say. I'm a participant as well. We approved the study. However, the projects have not been agreed upon to be incorporated into the local transmission plan at this point in time. And it will need to be approved by the OSC in order to, for that local transmission plan, including those projects, to be approved.
Thank you. And you'd indicated earlier that local transmission plan usually comes out in fourth quarter, early first quarter of the year, typically.
Yeah, the schedule usually has us producing that local transmission plan by the end of the year. But as I stated in the 2022-2023 plan, and I believe the 2023-2033 plan, we didn't get that out until January.
And Mr. Roberts, I think just a moment ago, you indicated you were a current voting member of the Oversight Steering Committee of the CTPC.
That's correct.
And as a member of the committee, you're generally familiar with its operating procedures and the participant agreements?
That's correct.
And I'm not going to ask to enter an exhibit here, but subject to check, would you agree that the OSC approves the final collaborative transmission plan after considering feedback from the Transmission Advisory Group?
That's correct. That's what's stated in our tariff for the attachment N-1 for the local transmission planning process.
And would you agree that the participant agreement for the CTPC provides that the OSC tries to achieve consensus on which projects are included in the local transmission plan?
That's correct. That's one of the tasks or functions of our independent administrator, is to try to get to consensus within the participant group.
but to the extent consensus cannot be reached, the operating procedures provide for a majority voting process. Is that correct?
A majority voting process. I don't believe that's what the current participant agreement says.
As the current members, would you agree that DEC and DEP hold 4 of the current 8 seats on the Oversight Steering Committee?
So that, sorry, that's correct. In the participant agreement, the DEC and DEP, our votes carry a 50% weight of the overall vote. And
subject to check, Section 22 of the participant agreement states that the addition of new load serving entities as participants shall not reduce DEC and DEP's combined share of the OSC vote below 50%. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And also subject to check, to the extent there is a dispute between OSC members, would you agree that the dispute resolution mechanism in Duke's OAT attachment N1 applies?
So my understanding if if there is a dispute, the independent administrator will try to work through that dispute. But there are dispute resolution mechanisms in our OAT as well.
And last question on this follow-up. To this point, do you agree that Section 6.1 of that attachment N1 provides that Duke has the right to reject an OSC decision if it believes it would harm reliability?
Subject to check, that's my understanding. That's correct.
An additional line of questioning, there were a lot of discussion regarding the cost-benefit analysis that was conducted on the red zone projects. Do you recall the questions, I believe Chair Mitchell first asked regarding the cost-benefit analysis, and there were some additional questions by Commissioner Duffley about the range of cost estimates on Friday?
Yes.
All right. And you responded indicating that Duke used an asset replacement tool to model those benefits, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah, we use the Department of Energy interruption cost evaluator tool, which is widely used throughout the industry.
And you indicated that the 2 categories that were quantified in that were reliability and resiliency benefits. Is that correct?
That's correct. Those are benefits associated with replacement of aging assets.
And you further responded that the average cost benefit analysis for RZEP 2.0 projects was 4 with an average of 17. I believe that was maybe corrected in the testimony this morning as well.
That's correct.
Right. And based on a question from Commissioner Kemerite, you also indicated that all RZEP 1.0 projects had a cost benefit analysis that at least exceeded 1.0, meaning that they were cost effective. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe I stated this morning, following up on that all those projects were 5 or greater.
Okay. So if these projects were cost effective based on reliability alone, could these RZEP projects have simply been included in as reliability projects under the traditional CTPC framework?
So reliability projects, once again, you're looking at replacing aging assets with respect to those scores. Reliability projects, as evaluated by DEC and DEP, are primarily associated with TPL1 studies, and then they're further evaluated in the reliability studies of the local or the Carolinas Transmission Planning Collaborative. And that's a process that we're in currently, that we do annually. And so we have a reliability study scope document that's out for review. But yeah, if it's identified as a reliability overload, then it will go in the reliability project list. I mean, that's required by the NERC TPL 001 standard. You have to have a corrective action plan for identified reliability issues.
And let's go back to Commissioner Duffley's question about how high the cost benefit ratio could be. Do you recall that line of question?
Yes, I do.
And also in response this morning to Commissioner Tucker and Commissioner Duffley, you stated that, as you just repeated this as well, much of the infrastructure being replaced is older end-of-life equipment. Has Duke used this asset replacement tool to evaluate all of the transmission equipment on its system?
So I do not know if we've evaluated every single piece of equipment on our system with the interruption cost estimator. I know that we evaluate a lot of transmission projects that go before this commission in a rate proceeding and provide cost benefit analysis associated with those.
Is it your position that these 7 RZEP 2.0 projects represent the highest cost benefit analysis for upgrades currently identified on the Duke system?
The highest, I don't know. I don't know what the other projects on the Duke systems CBAs are, such as those presented in our recent MYRP.
So would you agree that there could be projects with a higher cost benefit analysis for upgrades based on these reliability metrics?
So, yeah, so, I mean, as high as the benefits, net present value of the benefits are determined relative to the cost. If you had a really, really low cost upgrade and it provided really, really high benefits based on that analysis, then yeah, the CBA could be higher than the 34 represented.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Creech.
Several questions, if I may. Good afternoon again. Wanted to start where commission questions initially started with Commissioner Cameron yesterday, talking about acknowledgement, and I think we touched on this a lot, but like Mr. Dodge said, but nonetheless, you indicated yesterday that you thought that process was that going to the CTPC first was backward. I think those were your words. And then today you indicated that you thought this commission's acknowledgement might carry weight in that CTPC process. I suppose my question to you is, you say that process is backward, but it's not even really a step, isn't that something y'all have come up with? Or
yeah. So once again, the RSET projects are key enabling projects to executing the resource plan. And this is a resource plan proceeding, but the RZEP 2.0 projects do have to be approved by the CTPC participants. And so what I stated earlier today is that, it would carry a lot of weight with respect to receiving this commission's acknowledgement that they're needed to implement the resource plan, similar to the process taken for the RZEP 1.0 projects.
And you just mentioned the resource planning project, and that's one thing I wanted to touch base on if I could. And I'd like to put forward potential public staff potential redirect exhibit 17, if I may. And we talked, this relates to your testimony in South Carolina.
Okay.
And
Mr. Creech, you want to go ahead and identify the exhibit?
I would, please. This would be Public Staff Cross, Transmission and Interconnection Panel, Direct and Supplemental,
And
Exhibit 2.
yeah, I'm sorry, which commissioner's question are you referring to now?
I am speaking of the follow-up on what you just stated about resource planning. And overall, I'm talking about the issue of acknowledgement.
Okay.
And you've had various commission questions relating to why you're asking this commission. And I guess my question
Presiding
relates to
Commissioner.
South Carolina. Oh, I'm sorry.
And before we receive any objection from Duke, for clarification for the record, public staff redirect, which exhibit is it?
17.
17. Okay. Okay. And Mr. Bashford.
Thank you. I think the topic of acknowledgement under North Carolina law has been fairly well vetted by the commission. Mr. Creech has asked at least 2 questions on that topic, but there was no discussion as it related to South Carolina law, South Carolina testimony, or the significance of the IRP proceeding. I presume I haven't got to the exhibit that Mr. Creech plans to introduce as it relates to the commission's question about its statutory responsibility under North Carolina law. So 1, I think I'm questioning the relevance. 2, I'm questioning the responsiveness of this line of questioning to the questions the commission posed.
Mr. Creech, would you like to respond?
I would just say the companies had noticed that we might ask questions on this. And I think it underlines one of the central questions here is why is the company asking a North Carolina commission for acknowledgement when it's not asking the South Carolina commission for similar acknowledgement in a somewhat similar proceeding?
So I'm going to overrule the objection. Mr. Creech, be concise with your question because this is a North Carolina proceeding, and I will give, the commission will give the information and evidence the weight that it is due.
Certainly understandable. If you would, please, are you at potential redirect exhibit number 17? Or, sorry, right there. I believe that's right. I thought that was your book right there. May I approach?
I don't see it.
I think it's not on.
Oh, no, that's not it.
Oh, thought you had it. It was up here.
This is yours.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
And Mr. Creech, before you continue with your questions, I want to remind you that I have overruled the objection, but I'm going to give very limited ability to ask these questions because this is a North Carolina proceeding. We are not delving into a South Carolina proceeding. So make sure that we are specific to what is being asked for the North Carolina Commission to do.
Certainly. Thank you. So I'd direct you to the bottom of page 2. And if on line 22, do you see the words there? It says, as with other RZEP 2.0 projects.
Yes.
Okay, and then you continue on to page 3, and it says contain. Well, first of all, is this your? Can you look at the first page there? Is this your supplemental direct testimony in the IRP proceeding in South Carolina?
Yes, it is.
Okay, on page 2, where we were. At the bottom, line 22, it says, as with other RZEP 2.0 projects contained in table L7, the companies contend that planning and constructing this new local transmission project provides value to the system in excess of the cost, et cetera. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And, but in North Carolina, in your testimony, if you can refer to your testimony. And if you look at page 3, line 2. Page 3, line 2, the supplemental testimony. And
Okay.
you see the sentence there. It says, as with other RZEP 2.0 projects contained in table, my sincere apologies. As with other RZEP 2.0 projects contained in table L7, the companies seek the North Carolina Utilities the commission acknowledgement that proactively planning and constructing. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That was my question. And what's the rationale for the difference in those two?
Right. I think I referred to this on Friday in that the RZEP 2.0 projects are in the NTAP in South Carolina, and we're requesting approval of the NTAP.
All right. Well, we'll move on. I'd next like to, this related to Chair Mitchell's questions. We talked a little bit about clarifying the company's response to the exhibit that we put in on Friday. That was public staff data request 46-4, and y'all talked a bit about the 230 kV line upgrades and alternatives. And so what I'd like to do is I have another exhibit. This is a non-confidential company response to PSGR 46-6, but this is, we're going back to potential cross exhibit number 7. Potential cross exhibit number 7.
Presiding Commissioner Kimmeray.
Yeah.
May I be heard?
Yes, Mr. Birchwood.
I fail to see how the questions the commission asked about one data request opens the door to another data request that was in the same set. That seems like there's no limit on questions on commissioner questions if you can add in additional data requests and introduce new lines of examination on questions on commissioner questions based simply on the fact that the commission had an interest in one exhibit you presented in the proceeding in your initial examination.
So, Mr. Creech, can you respond and tell us, explain how your question relates specifically to a commission question?
Yes, I mean, and of course, it was Chair Mitchell's line of questioning, so I defer, of course, to Chair Mitchell. But and certainly to presiding commissioner, but it related to the company's decisions about their decision-making on upgrading lines. And in this instance, we were looking at the issue of greenfield lines, 230 kV lines, and the company's response to that. And in this instance, I think the data request will show part of the public staff's understanding on the company's view of that, as well as the public staff's concerns about the company's approach.
Okay, the objection is overruled. Let's move quickly through this because this is introducing additional potential exhibits, but I will give you leeway, but move quickly,
I'll make
please.
it brief. If you may, please turn to page 7 of 17.
And Mr. Creech, have you identified this as a potential exhibit number 3? Can you go ahead and provide the identification?
I will. This is public staff cross transmission and interconnection panel direct and supplemental exhibit 3. And this was the public staff's potential cross exhibit number 7, page 7 of 17. And
okay. And Mr. Creech, is this a confidential exhibit?
this is not, this is not a confidential exhibit. It's similar to the issue the other day, and we will file this again, but this response is not confidential.
Okay, you will be filing it as a non-confidential version?
Right, yes.
Okay, is that acceptable to the company that can be filed non-confidentially?
Yes, Commissioner Kimmerer, and I think we addressed this on Friday. The public staff presented the entirety of set 46 as a potential exhibit, which included some confidential and some non-confidential information. And so I understand that this is a non-confidential data request response.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I probably, for the sake of time, I will not use the Elmo today. Are you familiar with this data request, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you see at the top, it says, to the extent possible, please expand upon the following scenarios and whether new 100 kV or even 230 kV lines would alleviate the overloads that have triggered the needs for DEC RZEP 2.0 upgrades. And then you see really a litany of interties A through H there. See that?
Yes, sir.
And then you see the company's response. And this is pages 7 and 8 of 17. It says, these scenarios have not been studied and there would likely be high uncertainty and high risk with being able to execute these projects in a timely manner due to new right-of-way being needed. Duke Energy will need to continue to conduct iterative planning to determine transmission needs due to interplay of resources with new economic development load. And then can you read the next sentence there, please? Just that sentence.
These hypothetical facilities are excellent examples of brainstorming that is necessary to identify the most effective modifications to allow integration of additional generation. The evaluation of the facility impacts and feasibility of their construction is complex and time consuming. Several would require coordination with neighbors.
But your response there was you thought those were excellent examples of the brainstorming that's necessary to identify the most effective modifications to allow integration of additional generation. Is that correct?
But you're only going to know with a formal study, and as it states, it could take a long time to try to facilitate and construct these greenfield facilities.
Okay. And just as a point of clarification, Presiding Chair Kimmerer, this is page 7 and 8 of 17.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. All right, I'll keep moving on here if I may. Presiding Commissioner Camright asked questions about the 2022 and 2023 DICES reports. And are you familiar with a 199 megawatt battery storage project in the DEC territory that was referenced in PSDR 46-9?
Vaguely,
Vaguely, okay.
yes.
Commissioner Camright, I would again like to refer to public staff data request 46, potential cross exhibit number 7. In this instance, it's PSDR 46-9, page 12 of 17.
Presiding Commissioner, may I?
Yes.
We're now to the third data request that could have been introduced in the initial examination if the public staff wanted to bring in the entirety of this data request they pre-filed as an exhibit, or multiple individual data requests. To say that the hook to bring this into questions on commissioners' questions is that there was a general discussion of the DICES reports, and then to ask Mr. Roberts if he's familiar with a 199 megawatt battery project, to which he responds vaguely, seems like a very tenuous connection to commissioner questions or to establishing any meaningful foundation to ask these questions of Mr. Roberts.
Okay, Mr. Creech, can you respond, please?
I can. I mean, I'll just get to the. There's a method to the question here. I mean, if he's familiar with this project, I won't have to introduce this. But I want to know whether one of the issues that we're seeing is whether there's a Duke project, a Duke battery project, for example, that may be causing some of the issue here. And so that's what this data response goes to, PSDR 46-9.
Okay. And I would just say, if it's helpful to the commission at this juncture, these are questions on your questions. So certainly want to make sure you get the information that y'all feel that you need, but we're straying pretty far afield.
Okay, so I'm going to overrule the objection. Mr. Creech, we are going, it's still related to the questions that I asked, but I think that we are heading in the direction of not being specifically related. So please be very precise, and then let's move on from these line of questions.
Absolutely. This is the last one that I'm aware of. So again, I would like to mark this as public staff cross, excuse me. This is potential cross exhibit number 7. Page 12 of 17. And this is the company's response to public staff data request 46-9. And I would like to mark this, please, if I may, as public staff cross, transmission and interconnection panel direct and supplemental, exhibit 4. Please.
It is so marked.
Okay. And so are you at that
Yes.
page? Okay.
Yeah.
And so do you see the reference there to the request and then response there? And then on the second paragraph of the response there is what we're going to talk about. But the request says at the top, please list the year in which the overloads occur for each of the proposed RZEP 2.0 projects. This response should address whether the overload will occur over it says, please list the year in which the overloads occur for each of the proposed RZEP 2.0 projects. This response should address whether the overload will occur over time or due to interconnection of new generation resources, and quantify what, either time or megawatt interconnected, might trigger the overload. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then on the response there, on the second paragraph, can you read that second paragraph, please, starting with the 3?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The 3 proposed DEC RZEP 2.0 projects reflect meeting the loading criteria to require these transmission network upgrades, with 568 megawatts of solar resources requesting interconnection. The Broadway 100 kV black and white line upgrade was also materially impacted by 199 megawatt battery requesting interconnection.
Okay, so my question is, was this 199 megawatt battery project a material driver of one of the 3 DEC RZEP 2.0 projects?
I don't recall. I mean, that's what it says. It's materially impacted by 199 megawatt battery requesting interconnection.
Okay, so if it is a material if it is a material driver, then is this a Duke project? Do you know?
From my recollection, subject to check, if this is the Hodges battery, then it's a third-party battery.
Okay. Do you know whether this was withdrawn or not?
I do not.
Okay, then we'll move on. Thank you. I want to go to.
And Mr. Creech, how many more questions do you have? Because we're at the time for our lunch break, but if you're almost done, we'll continue.
I do have a couple more questions. I don't think they'll take long, but I do not want to interfere with the commission, anyone's lunch.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take our lunch break. It's 12:38, so we'll come back on the record at 1:40.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go off the record. think we left off with questions on commission questions from the public staff, Mr. Creech.
Upon reflection, I think we're done with our questions on commission questions.
Thank you, Mr. Creech. Any additional questions on questions on commission questions from the interveners? Okay, then we'll move to Duke.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer. If you just allow me one moment, please. Mr. Roberts, you didn't know you were going to be so popular today, did you?
I did not.
Sorry, just getting loaded up here. Apologies for the delay. So if you would, Mr. Roberts, while we're waiting, if you would turn to page 9 of your supplemental testimony. And to your supplemental table 1, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
And do you recall some questions? I think there were a number. Sorry, apologies, commissioners. 1 second. All right. So do you recall some questions from Commissioner Tucker this morning that were speaking to the whether the need for these projects was driven by solar interconnections, the need for the RZEP 2.0 projects were driven by solar interconnections?
Yes.
And through your testimony, you essentially identified 3 ways in which the company established the need for these projects. And I would characterize those as through prior interconnection studies, through a cost benefit analysis, and then through the CTPC's public policy process or study process. Is that generally correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so the specific one when you were responding to Commissioner Tucker that you spoke about was the cost benefit analyses that was on pages 8 and 9 of your testimony. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, and can you start please with just a general discussion of what that cost benefit analysis demonstrates and how it relates to solar specifically or generation more generally?
Yeah, so with the preceding pages to supplemental table 1, it describes the interruption cost estimate tool, the evaluation tool, and using the asset replacement model within that tool, it calculates reliability and resiliency benefits based on specific factual inputs into the tool, as well as using deterioration curves, looking at customer impact.
Okay, so the cost benefit analysis and the asset replacement model that you utilized is not specific to solar or carbon emission reductions or anything that is related to the carbon emission reductions focus of 951. It is a reliability and resilience evaluation based on criteria inputted in the model. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the companies use this same asset replacement model in rate cases to demonstrate the cost effectiveness of investments that are not related to the carbon plan IRP that we're here today to discuss. Is that accurate?
That's correct. We use the same interruption cost evaluator tool.
Okay, thank you. And to just jump back to Friday briefly, you had some discussions with Commissioner Duffley about the relative cost benefit analysis scores and how favorable was a 4 versus a 34 scoring and how much value to customers along that spectrum would these projects be? And can you just provide a little more color on the relative benefits as compared to the cost of these investments based on your cost benefit analysis?
Yeah, as, as mentioned before, the lowest benefit to cost ratio is 4 and the highest is 34. And it's just reflecting the reliability benefits as being 4 times with the net present value, 4 times to 34 times the cost, net present value of the cost.
Okay.
So in other words, it's, it's a good deal for the customers.
Okay. And from a qualitative standpoint, a 4X is a good deal for customers in terms of reliability and resilience benefits. 34 times benefit to cost is very favorable. Is that accurate? How would you characterize it along the spectrum of the value of the high end of these projects?
Yeah, so the high end, I would say you're definitely going to see better customer service associated with the RZEP upgrade associated with that project.
Okay, thank you. And you confirm your corrected testimony this morning establishes that the average of these now 7 RZEP projects is a 17 in the cost benefit analysis scoring, which is very favorable. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, so you had some questions from Commissioner Dufferly on the current status of the RZEP 2.0 projects in the CTPC, the 2024 local or 2023-24, I guess it's now 24 local planning process. Is that, you recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay, and you said in response that you've presented the RZEP projects to the CTPC on a number of occasions, and also analyze those projects as part of the 2023 public policy study. Is that?
That's
your
correct.
testimony? And at this point, that public policy study is not in the record of this proceeding. Is that your understanding? You didn't present it as an exhibit and it's not been presented to you on cross-examination?
That's my understanding. It's not an
Okay.
exhibit in this proceeding.
Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, at this time, I'd like to, what is currently pre-marked as Duke Energy Potential Cross Exhibit 2, which is the report on the NCTPC's 2023 public policy study. I'd like to make that DEC, DEP, Transmission and Interconnection Panel redirect Exhibit 1, please.
It'll be so marked.
Thank you. And this backwards. All right. So I'm still getting a little comfortable with this, but we're going to give it a shot. So are you familiar with this document, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, I am.
And do you have a copy of it with you?
Yes, I do.
Very good. And so you are familiar with it, are you not? Because you're a member of the local planning process, what is now the CTPC, the Carolinas Transmission Planning Process, OSC. Is that right?
That's correct. I'm a OSC participant.
And just to remind the commission, what does that mean and how did it contribute to being familiar with this report?
Yeah, so the Oversight Steering Committee, the participants basically have to review and suggest revisions as needed, and then vote on approving a final report of the, excuse me, of this nature, a study report. And so this is, the typical process for studies that we perform year by year and produce these study reports. The TAG, Transmission Advisory Group stakeholders get a chance to review and provide feedback, input, and then ultimately the OSC reviews and approves the final report.
And before we move on to questions for consistency's sake, Mr. Bryceworks, the exhibit should be marked and labeled as Duke Redirect Transmission and Interconnection Direct and Supplemental for consistency's sakes.
Okay, thank you. All right, and so as it relates to this exhibit, it's designated a final report, which means that the OSC, the governing body, has approved this report as appropriate for publication. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay, and can you speak to generally the study assumptions in the report and how it was developed?
Yeah, so once again, the public policy request submitters submitted a request to look at 9.3 gigawatts and 12.5 gigawatts of solar and solar paired with storage in a portfolio. Ultimately, we reached consensus that we would look at 12.5 gigawatts of solar and solar paired with storage. It was kind of all of the above portfolio. So we also included 1.2 gigawatts of onshore wind, a little over 2 gigawatts of batteries, some gas generation, combined cycles, CTs, as well as the pump storage hydro, Bag Creek too. So all of that was included in the portfolio for this study. And then the subsequent resource location was for solar and solar paired with storage was utilized or developed through utilizing historical interconnection request. And so that makes it more credible in that solar developers are more likely to come back and pursue these same locations because more likely they had land lease options or land availability where they were looking at locating this solar. And so from conducting that study with the using the historical interconnection request, once again, we arrived at the results that that showed the RZEP 2.0 projects were needed.
Thank you. And you jumped to the end quickly, but just one or two things to confirm. So in assessing the purpose of this public policy study, this is from page 3 of the report, and it identifies that the OSC will use the criteria below to determine if there are any public policies that drive the need for local transmission upgrades. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so the public policy that informed this was the need for essentially the resource plan that companies have presented to both North Carolina and South Carolina that is supporting the need for new generation to serve the system, both retail and wholesale. Is that accurate?
Yeah, this was a 2022 carbon plan P1 portfolio that was modified, but ironically it aligns fairly decently with the P3 fall base case, especially considering solar and solar paired with storage.
Thank you. And so you actually eliminated the lower planning case and just focused on the higher planning case that aligned with the supplemental planning analysis. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so the result of the CTPC signing off on this study is a demonstration of facts showing that the identified need cannot be met absent the construction of additional transmission facilities. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. And so to jump to the end, as you noted earlier, both for DEC and then DEP, this is at page 23 and 26, and I'm just going to move past it since Mr. Roberts has already addressed it, but it identifies that here's DEP as an example. It identifies that the RZEP projects were needed based on the study criteria of the greater than or equal to 95% line loading. Is that right?
That's correct. And our criteria for in-risk connection of resources is 95% line loading.
Okay,
impact.
so I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, our criteria is 95% line loading impact.
And so that would be considered.
Pardon? Yeah, our criteria for looking at network resource integration service for resources is 95% line loading impact.
Thank you. And so that would be consistent with the same technical standards the company uses in generator interconnection studies.
That's correct. It aligns with the criteria as described in our oath for large generator interconnection procedure.
And then the conclusion of this study that has been approved by the CTPC's OSC as appropriate for publication is that the RZEP 2.0 upgrades were validated through the results of the study.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And just very briefly on the makeup, we're talking a lot about FERC jurisdictional transmission planning within the context of this retail integrated, or I guess integrated resource planning proceeding. And there were some questions from Commissioner Kimmerite this morning on the I can't remember the exact framing of the questions, but essentially the makeup of the CTPC and the public staff role. And you spoke to other participants. Can you just give a little bit of color on the role of the public staff in the process relative to the other OSC members and who they are?
Yeah, so the public staff participates on the transmission advisory group stakeholders. So they're able to review our documents and provide feedback or input. They can also submit NVST scenario proposals, public policy request. Whereas the Oversight Steering Committee are the load serving entity participants, Duke Energy Carolinas, Duke Energy Progress, Electricities, and NCMC. And they have voting rights with respect to the CTPC.
Okay, and so the only entities that vote to approve a local transmission plan or a study such as this public policy study after complying with the process established in the local transmission planning process criteria are the companies NCMC and Electricities.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Before we move to motions from the parties, the commission is going to request a late filed exhibit that will be Duke's OAT attachment N1. And we would request that it be filed before this panel comes back for rebuttal. And one other matter, Mr. Roberts, there was a question from public staff about the status of the 199 megawatt battery requesting interconnection in item 46-9 and public staff data request number 46 that I believe was pre-marked as a public staff exhibit 3. And I think your answer was is that you were not sure about what the status was. So during rebuttal, you'll be likely to be asked that question. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to see if you could obtain that information.
Okay.
Okay, with that, we'll move to motions from the parties. Ms. Kress.
Thank you. SIGFR would move admission of SIGFR 2 and 3, cross transmission and interconnection panel direct and supplemental exhibit 1.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you.
Sace.
Sace et al. Would move, Sace et al. Cross transmission and interconnection direct exhibits 1 through 4, the appropriate time into the record. Nick Jimenez.
Okay. And those exhibits would be direct and supplemental, correct?
Direct and supplemental, sorry.
Okay. See, Mr. Brushworth?
Yes, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite. So the companies has provided notice of a planned, of a concern and planned objection to what was pre-marked and then filed either Friday or earlier today, which was SACE et al. Cross transmission and interconnection direct supplemental exhibit 2. And we continue to object to the entry of that exhibit as unnecessary and unduly cumulative in light of the testimony that was elicited. Based on our review of the transcript of this proceeding, Mr. Jimenez essentially led with referencing to reviewing the transcript versus leading with asking questions of the commission, of witness Roberts. And so there was no foundation laid for proper impeachment. And so essentially he was asking for Mr. Roberts to confirm what he said in a deposition that was not presented to the commission. So I think our fundamental concern is that if you're going to use a deposition, you should use it for the limited purpose of impeaching a witness, and it's better practice and more appropriate to present evidence to the commission through cross-examination in these proceedings versus referencing directly to what the witness said. And so this is, I think, consistent with the company or the commission's statutory framework. And if it's helpful for the commission, I have copies of the pertinent statutes that apply. Depositions are allowed to be considered by the commission. However, 62-65, subpart A says that the commission may exclude incompetent, irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious and cumulative evidence. And so I think our view is that simply citing to the deposition transcript versus asking the witness the question, which he was capable of answering, was not an appropriate use of the deposition and was unnecessary and did not elicit any helpful information to the commission or the record in this proceeding.
Okay. And Mr. Jimenez, would you like to respond?
I would. So just to begin with, it bears emphasis that this was a Rule 30B6 deposition, which is the only way that a corporate entity such as Duke can be deposed. The answers are those of the corporate entity. And under Rule of Civil Procedure 32A3 and General Statute 62-66, a 30B6 deposition may be used for any purpose by an adverse party, whether or not the opponent testifies at the hearing. So just to be clear, I did not attempt or intend to move the entire deposition transcript into the record. As I noted at the beginning of my questioning, I intended to use the transcript to save time. I began by using it as a guide, not intending to introduce it at all to lay foundation for my questions about the basis for the standalone storage and battery, standalone storage and solar interconnection limits. And when witness Roberts gave answers that I perceived to conflict with the testimony that he had given in the deposition, that's when I asked to move the record in, move the exhibit in for the purpose of impeachment. I would just, one additional note, the excerpt filed this morning, I discussed page 269 with the witness. The excerpt filed this morning had 2 additional pages for context.
And my understanding is that the exhibit that you filed in docket E-100 sub 190A consists of pages 268 through 270. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for arguments. I will take the objection under advisement. In the meantime, in regard to exhibits 1, 3, and 4, seeing no objection, your motion is allowed and a ruling on exhibit number 2 will be made at a later time.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Kimmerer, if I might, if to the extent it's helpful for the commission, if we certainly aren't anticipating any sort of written ruling. So if you find that the exhibit is helpful to the commission's consideration of the case, that would be very appropriate just to notify us after at some future point. And we're not anticipating anything in writing or any analysis from the commission to resolve the issue.
Yeah, I'm intending to make an oral ruling at some point today on your objection.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Presiding Chair, Kimmerer,
yes, Mr. Creech.
I was going to enter the public staff exhibits into evidence if now is the appropriate time.
I was just about ready to get to you. So, Mr. Creech.
Thank you. I'd like to enter into evidence public staff cross, transmission and interconnection panel, direct and supplemental exhibits 1 through 4.
Okay.
Please.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. And Duke, I believe that you have an exhibit.
Thank you. 2 exhibits, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer. So first, the supplemental supplemental direct testimony exhibit 1 of Mr. Roberts, as well as our redirect exhibit of the panel as well.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you.
And with that, thank you for your testimony, for being on the stand for such a long period of time, and you may step down. And Duke, your next panel, I believe, is Grid Edge and Customer Programs.
Presiding Officer Kimmerer, Chair Mitchell, members of the commission, just for clarity of the record, my name is Ashley Cooper. I'm here on behalf of the Duke companies. We'll be calling the next panel.
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer, if I may make a preliminary motion, if now is the appropriate time.
Okay, so I will hear a preliminary motion.
Thank you very much. This is Matt, for the record, this is Matthew Quinn on behalf of NC Warren Environmental Working Group and other interveners that we've identified previously. I'm making a motion concerning Grant Smith. He is a witness who we filed corrected direct testimony on July 24th of 2024. The corrected direct testimony consisted of 77 pages and no exhibits. All parties have waived cross. My understanding from commission staff is the commission doesn't have any questions for Mr. Smith. So at this time, we would ask that Mr. Smith's pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record at the appropriate location and as if read orally from the stand, and also that he be excused from appearing in person at the hearing.
Seeing no objection, he will be excused from the hearing, and his testimony will be entered into the record at the appropriate time.
Thank
Okay. Are there any additional preliminary motions?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Smith.
Presenting Commissioner Kemright, similar to what Mr. Quinn just discussed, Avangrid Renewables, and I'm Ben Smith on behalf of Avangrid Renewable, witness Jeff Bauer, who submitted testimony totaling 30 pages with an additional 5 pages in the form of an Exhibit 1 in pre-filed direct testimony. My understanding is that there are no cross or commission questions for Mr. Bauer, so I'd like to move to have Mr. Bauer excused from appearing at the hearing. And also to for the commission to admit at a proper time Mr. Bauer's pre-filed direct testimony and also his single exhibit.
Okay. And Mr. Smith, Mr. Bauer's direct testimony contains confidential portions as well. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And he also pre-filed a summary of his direct testimony on July the 25th. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Apologies, I did forget about that. Yes, he did.
Okay. And would you like to amend your motion to include the summary of his testimony?
Sure. I would like to amend my motion to say that the confidential direct testimony of Jeff Bauer, including one exhibit, be admitted into evidence, and also that Mr. Bauer's summary of his testimony be also similarly admitted into evidence at an appropriate time.
Okay. Okay. Seeing no objection, Mr. Bauer may be excused from the hearing, from testifying at the hearing, and his confidential direct testimony consisting of 30 pages and one exhibit, and the summary of his testimony will be entered into the record at the appropriate time.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional preliminary motions? And let's go back to NC Warren. Mr. Quinn, I may have missed hearing you state this, but did you also move to have Mr. Smith's, the summary of his testimony entered into the record? And if not, can you go ahead and make such a motion?
Thank you very much for the correction on that, Presiding Commissioner. Yes, we would also move to have Mr. Smith's the summary of his direct testimony moved into copied into the record at the appropriate place.
Okay. So seeing no objection, your motion is allowed, and the summary of Mr. Grant's direct testimony filed on July 25th of 2024 shall be entered into the record at the appropriate time. Okay. So now we're ready for the panel. Let's begin by getting you sworn in. If you can place your right hands on the Bible and raise your left hands. And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Beginning with Mr. Duff, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Timothy J. Duff. My business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
By whom are you employed in what capacity?
I am the General Manager, Grid Strategy Enablement for Duke Energy Business Services, LLC.
Can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes, I'm responsible for the development of strategies and policies related to the implementation of EE, DSM, and other retail products and services that create customer and utility system value. I also oversee the analytics function associated with evaluating and tracking the performance of Duke Energy's integrated grid solutions, retail products, and services.
Turning to you, Mr. Byrd, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Jonathan L. Byrd, and my business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina 28202.
By whom are you employed and what capacity?
I'm the Managing Director of Rate Design and Regulatory Solutions for Duke Energy.
Can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes, my responsibilities include creating new pricing designs across all Duke Energy jurisdictions, as well as implementing and managing rate tariffs, service regulations, and other pricing policies. I also interact with stakeholders on these matters and assist in seeking associated regulatory approvals.
Okay. Mr. Duff, on behalf of the panel, did the panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 41 pages in one exhibit?
Yes, it did.
Do you have any changes to the panel's direct testimony or exhibit at this time?
No, not to my knowledge.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in the panel's pre-filed direct testimony, would the answers be the same?
Yes.
This panel's direct testimony or exhibit did not include any confidential information, correct?
That's correct.
And did the panel also pre-file a summary of its direct testimony for the commission?
Yes, it did.
Presiding Officer Kimwright, I would ask that the Grid Edge and Customer Programs panel's direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, as well as the summary of their direct testimony.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed, and the direct testimony consisting of 41 pages and the summary of the testimony shall be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. And I also ask that the Grid Edge and Customer Program panels one direct exhibit be pre-marked for identification to be entered into the record at the appropriate time.
And the one exhibit attached to the direct testimony shall be pre-marked as marked.
Thank you. The panel is now available for question from the parties and the commission on direct testimony.
Ms. Kress, I believe that Sigver is up first for cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Mr. Duff, I believe all of my questions will be for you this afternoon. Will you agree, subject to check, that in the commission's order adopting initial carbon plan issued back in December of 2022, that the commission directed the parties, including Duke Energy, to attempt to reduce the amount of opt-out load for EE and DSM programs?
Subject to check.
And have the companies worked together with stakeholders in the interim time since that order was issued to update the company's EE DSM cost recovery mechanism?
Yes, through a lengthy stakeholder engagement process, it has.
And was Sigfer part of the stakeholders that worked with the companies toward the update to the mechanism?
Yes, they were.
Could you please turn with me to NCSEA Potential Cross-Examination Exhibit number 203? It should be in one of the binders in front of you.
103, you said?
Yes.
I'm there.
And are these the company's reply comments in the dockets that were initiated for the purposes of reviewing and updating the EE-DSM mechanism?
Yes, it appears that way.
And at this time, Presiding Commissioner Kimwright, if I could request that this document be identified as Sigfer 2 and 3, Cross, Grid Edge, and Customer Programs Direct Exhibit 1.
Okay. It will be so marked.
Thank you. Mr. Duff, if you could turn with me to page 25 of the company's reply comments.
I'm there.
At the top of page 25, do you agree with me that it reads as follows? Expeditious approval of the revised mechanisms is critical to the company's ability to implement the agreed upon one-time reconciliation, which includes submitting program modifications for commission review and approval in a timely manner so that customers may begin enjoying the benefits resulting from the revised mechanisms in vintage year 2025.
That's what it says.
And when do vintage years 2025 begin for DEP and DEC?
January 1. of 2025.
Thank you. If you could now turn with me to SIGFR's potential cross-examination exhibit. I believe it is going to be number 100, and presiding Commissioner Kimwright, this is an exhibit that we did supplement this morning, and I understand from the commission's orders issued in this docket that good cause is required to be shown. And in support of this request, we would just note that this is the amended stipulation that the companies filed together with Walmart, and sorry, that's the wrong one, sorry. Filed together with Walmart and CCBA and the public staff in this docket. And as counsel for another party noted, in communicating with the companies, it was filed 90 minutes before the filing deadline for the parties' exhibits in this docket, meaning that parties were not able to incorporate this stipulation into their indices of potential cross-examination exhibits. And that would be the good cause shown.
Okay, are there any responses from any of the parties? Okay.
I believe, for what it's worth, I believe this was already entered into evidence by the companies. And so we're just simply trying to put this in front of the witness to ask a question about one of the provisions.
Okay, I'm sorry. Which stipulation are you referring to specifically?
The amended stipulation between the companies, Walmart, and the public staff and CCBA.
Okay, and this was filed in docket E-100 sub 190 as a potential exhibit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
SIGFR supplemented its potential index across exhibits this morning.
Okay, seeing no objection, do you have copies to pass out to the commissioners?
We do.
Okay, then please do so, and we will pre-mark it as Exhibit 2, I believe.
Thank you.
Let's, from a procedural standpoint, Mr. Jurak, did you admit this into evidence at the beginning of your presentation in case? So if it's already in evidence, we don't need to have it be admitted as an exhibit. And my recollection is that it was admitted along with the application. Is that correct?
That's correct. At the start of the evidentiary hearing, this proceeding, I moved into the record this exact amended agreement stipulation of settlement. So from our perspective, yes, the document is already in the record.
Okay. Then Ms. Kress, I believe, then since it's already in the record, you may reference it, and we do not need to identify it as an exhibit.
Understood. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, if you could please turn with me to page 20 of the amended stipulation. You don't have it yet. Okay.
I'm there.
And provision number 45 reads, the stipulating parties agree that the companies will work with interested parties to develop a suite of non-residential DSM programs using the DSM EE mechanism approved by the commission in docket numbers E7 sub 1032 and E2 sub 931, with the goal of filing such programs with the commission no later than September 2025. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
So that means that these new programs would not be implemented in time for vintage year 2025.
That's not what it says. It says that it would be by September 2025, and if a program was approved, it could be included in vintage 2025.
And you indicated earlier that vintage year 2025 begins on January 1, 2025.
That is correct.
And this agreement provides that the companies will file and request approval of potential new programs by September 2025.
It's a goal of filing such programs no later than September 2025.
And are you aware that SIGFR supported changes to the DSM EE mechanism, understanding that new programs would be implemented in time for them to participate in vintage year 2025?
So I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding. If you look at the reply comments, it talks about modifications to programs. Those are existing programs, and the company has been working feverishly to meet the 90-day timing for those modifications. This is developing new programs, and this term just says that it will be done no later than September 2025. But I don't think there's anything that prohibits them from being developed and filed prior to September 2025.
So is it your testimony that the company's never assured SIGFR or other stakeholders that new demand response programs would be developed and implemented before vintage year 2025?
In the mechanism review, there was no specific time commitment associated with new programs. All parties recognized that modifications to existing programs were of paramount importance because the system benefits associated with existing programs would be modified subject to the new mechanism, and those program costs would need to be modified as quickly as possible so that they could be in effect, thereby matching the system benefits and costs. With new programs, there are no costs or benefits recognized until the commission approval. So the priority was agreed to by parties that within 90 days of the commission ordering approval of the new mechanism, that the company would work to develop proposed modifications to all existing programs within 90 days. That date is coming up on August the 20th. The company has filed with the commission an update to say that it is well on the way to meeting that August 20th, but it is a huge undertaking for 38 existing programs with hundreds of measures to update and modify all of those programs. So that's where the priority is. With respect to new programs, the company believes that it can definitely work to try and get those new programs filed. But with respect to the timing and the importance of that timing, it is always communicated that the modifications would need to occur first, because that's the first time that the rider would recognize higher benefits and higher costs. If a program has not been approved by the commission, there are no higher benefits or costs recognized. That's why the prioritization of the modifications was done. But to your question, the company is committed to work with parties to develop new programs. And we are, to the extent possible, including new measures in modified programs. But some new programs are so different that they require new program filings, and those take a little bit longer to develop.
Can you guarantee, as you sit here today, that the new programs that will be filed pursuant to this stipulation with Walmart, if it's approved by the commission, will be implemented in time for customers to participate in vintage year 2025?
I can't guarantee that, Ms. Crest, because we can't guarantee that we can reach agreement. A lot of the programs have a lot of idiosyncrasies to them, and parties bring a lot of different positions regarding those programs. And we need to make sure that they can be cost effective and that they can meet a customer need and be offered consistent with our overall desire in terms of delivering energy efficiency and DSM.
So am I understanding you correctly that the stipulation with Walmart may not result in any new programs at all?
No, that's not what I said.
Then what are you saying with respect to new programs being filed and when they may be available to customer participation?
Presiding Officer Kimmerer, if I could, I've tried to provide some leeway to be reasonable. This is a settlement. I understand there'll be time to talk about the settlement. But nevertheless, wanted there to be an opportunity to ask some limited questions to see if it would be relevant to this IRP proceeding. At this point, this is all asked and answered. The witness has talked about these programs, explained what goes into the development, that it will have to be with stakeholder input, will require stakeholder participation and approval, and he's answered the question. So I'd object that this has already been asked and answered.
Ms. Kress.
Respectfully, Mr. Duff said that he cannot guarantee that these programs will be available for customer participation in vintage year 2025, which is the operating assumption that SIGFR has been engaging with the companies on since its involvement in the stakeholder process for the mechanism review proceeding, and is simply trying to get some clarity from this witness about if not vintage year 2025, then when?
Mr. Cooper.
And presiding Commissioner Kimmerer, I think that the point was just made, that this has to do with a process that's provided for in the mechanism. That's not a process that is part of this CPIRP process. And so this is really outside the scope. What she's trying to get clarity on is something that should be done by and through the mechanism.
Okay. Ms. Kress, I will allow you to answer your question again. However, recall that we are on cross-examination for direct testimony, and this panel will be available on rebuttal to provide answers to rebuttal testimony along with settlement testimony. So to the extent you can, if you can confine your questions to direct testimony, but please, so that we can complete this line of questioning, ask your question again, and I will ask the panel to answer it.
Thank you. Mr. Duff, you said you could not guarantee that new demand response programs would be available for non-residential customer participation by 2025. When can you guarantee that they will be available?
Ms. Kress, as you know, I can't make that guarantee because all programs have to be filed and approved by the commission. So it's not a unilateral decision for the company to just say it will offer new programs. The company has committed both during the mechanism as well as to specific timing in this stipulation that you put in front of me to work with parties to develop those programs. But ultimately, we have to work with parties to develop the program. We have to vet it with our collaborative, and it has to be filed with the commission for its approval. So it is outside of my control to guarantee when a program could be offered to customers.
And last question, Mr. Duff, couldn't the companies conceivably propose new programs and file those new programs for approval in September 2024 rather than September 2025?
I can't say it's not feasible, Ms. Kress, but the non-residential programs that you're talking about are very complex. And again, we've actually just added, that was approved in May, a new option for DSM for non-residential customers. And we're going to have a lot of modifications coming up to our existing suite of non-residential programs. So while we can work on it, I wouldn't want to make any firm commitments. And as it says in the stipulation, we're committed to working with parties to develop these programs, but putting a firm arbitrary date on filing something that we may not be able to get consensus with a customer group on, or our collaborative, or even commission approval would be problematic for me to make on the stand today.
No further questions?
Mr. Smith, you're up for cross-examination for EDF.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ben Smith. I represent the Environmental Defense Fund, and I just have a few questions. In your direct testimony on page 11, you testify beginning on, I believe, line 9. Excuse me, line 11. As explained in greater detail throughout the testimony and in Appendix H, the companies utilize grid edge and customer programs to quote unquote shrink the challenge by focusing on reducing and shifting the load the companies must serve and adding to and enhancing an increasingly clean resource mix. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. How is Duke considering shrinking the challenge from a customer-sided generation standpoint?
From a customer-sided generation standpoint, we've looked at a number of different things. We've recently introduced and launched a residential power pair pilot, which features a combination of residential solar paired with behind-the-meter storage. And we are looking at some modifications regarding our non-residential demand response program to try and accommodate emergency generators.
Thank you. And would it be fair to say that one of the benefits for customer-sided generation, particularly something like solar paired with storage, might reduce the stress on grid operators?
It might, it's a little bit premature. That pilot just launched in May. And I think we really need to understand what the benefits and impacts are before we would make any such conclusions.
And still speaking about customer-sited generation type programs, does Duke believe that more customer-sited generation programs could be a potential tool to meet the growing demand forecast, particularly for the largest new industrial and commercial customers?
I think we believe it is definitely an option on the table that needs to be explored.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Byrd, you're the rate design expert in this proceeding, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you aware of the memorandum of understanding that Duke Energy, I think, signed and made public around May 29th, 2024 with some technology companies, Google, Amazon? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware.
Okay. And are you going to, well, I'll go back one step. Is it your understanding that as part of that MOU, the companies intend to file proposed new tariffs incorporating new rate designs?
So I think the focus there is a suite of flexible tariffs that would allow us to address a number of concerns that those customers had or opportunities those customers expressed around resiliency, reliability, environmental attributes, as well as, their willingness to participate and help to solve some of those problems that they had, expressed to us over a lot of conversations. And so we're looking for there is more like a suite of tariffs that provide flexibility to address various concerns or desires that those customers had.
And do you think that the intention of some of these deals is to provide clean energy generation for large customers who desire it?
Yes, I said environmental attributes. That was definitely a component of the request from those customers. That's correct.
And do you all think that, and I apologize for asking you to a hypothetical for next year, but do you all think that assuming the tariffs are eventually filed and sort of move forward, do you all think that this could be something that in future IRPs, carbon plans, that you all would propose, provide updates for and propose changes to as necessary?
Certainly, as we file new programs or tariffs, those would be included in future planning proceedings.
Thank you. And I think this is my last question. Do you think these alternative financing options that this envisions through large customers could be utilized for any type of new generation resource that the companies want to bring on?
I would just stress that the memorandum of understanding is an intention to have discussion with these set of customers, and those discussions are ongoing. So it's preliminary to speculate on what the results might be from those, but it's the expectation that we have to file the results of those discussions with the commission.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Quinn, you're up next.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Matthew Quinn with NC Warren et al. Hope you're doing well this afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So would it be correct to say that Duke has substantial experience with virtual power plants?
I think it depends on what definition of virtual power plant somebody's using. So I don't want to answer that kind of generic question, because the one thing we saw in reviewing testimony, which I don't want to get too much into in this with respect to rebuttal, but a lot of people have different usage and understandings of what virtual power plants are.
Well, then let's talk about that definition then. It's that big notebook, Mr. Duff, to your right. There's a smaller one right underneath it. These are, yes, sir, thank you. These are NC Warren et al.'s potential cross-examination exhibits shared with the parties previously. And I'm asking you if you could please turn to NC Warren et al. Potential cross-exhibit 15. It's behind tab 15. And I would, if I'm not moving too fast, I would like to please identify this document for the record as NC Warren et al. Cross Grid Edge and Customer Programs Panel Direct and Supplemental Exhibit 1.
Mr. Quinn, we will identify it as NC Warren et al. Cross Grid Edge and Customer Programs Panel Direct Exhibit 1. There's no supplemental testimony for future reference.
So I apologize. Thank you.
And it will be so marked.
Thank you. Is this can you identify this document that we just identified as Duke's response to a data request served by NC Warren et al.?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And is this a response that you've seen before?
I believe so. This came up more in my rebuttal testimony where I think I actually answered the similar question. So virtual power plant wasn't something I dealt with in direct, but I think I have seen something similar to this.
Okay. So, according to this data response, at least according to Duke, a common element behind virtual power plants is utility mechanical control of behind the meter asset, right?
Dispatchability, yes.
Okay, dispatchability, right? And that involves Duke's ability to control the dispatch, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And there are a lot of instances where Duke is able to exercise this kind of control over a customer-owned behind-the-meter asset, right?
Can you clarify that question?
Well,
in presiding Commissioner Kemmerite, just a point of clarification. I believe the witness indicated that he addresses virtual PowerPoints in his rebuttal testimony, not his direct testimony. So just for clarity of the record, the commissioners and the parties, I don't know if Mr. Quinn I just would like some clarity. Are you going to address this in rebuttal? Are you intending to address it now? It was not in his direct. I just wanted to get clarification on where we're heading.
Okay, so clarification for all parties is that we are going to attempt to the greatest extent possible to have questions specific to direct testimony. So if it's matters that are covered in rebuttal or settlement testimony, let's reserve those questions for rebuttal testimony. If it is in fact specific to direct testimony, you may go ahead and answer the question. The panelists, if it is something that you're addressing in rebuttal testimony, you may respond and indicate such. And then we will, and then Mr. Quinn, you may reserve your questions for rebuttal.
thank you, Presiding Commissioner Cameron. And I think this topic is something raised by a number of interveners in direct testimony, which is why my intent was to not dwell on it unduly, but to go over it presently in cross-examination of direct, because it was raised by a number of parties, including NC Warren and several others.
So if this is a topic that is not addressed in direct testimony, but is direct in rebuttal testimony, I believe that is what I'm hearing. And since that is the case, Mr. Quinn, reserve the questions for rebuttal testimony. Reserve the questions on rebuttal for all of the testimony that is specific to rebuttal testimony.
Thank you. This will make my job a little bit easier this afternoon then. If you could then, I'm going to switch topics and we'll come back to this during rebuttal, if that's okay. Well, keep that in front of you, if you could. I'd like to now ask you if you could please move to NC Warren et al. Potential cross exhibit 14. And for purposes of the record, I would like to please identify this document as NC Warren et al. Cross Grid Edge and Customer Programs Panel Direct Exhibit 2.
It will be so marked.
Thank you. you gentlemen familiar with this response to NC Warren's data request?
I'm not.
I am not.
Okay. Are y'all familiar with the types of distribution system upgrades that are typically involved with interconnecting a behind the meter solar plus storage system?
I'm not, and I don't think that's what the question asks.
Well, is that something that either one of you are familiar with?
I am not.
Okay. What's the correct panel for me to ask that question to then?
Probably the renewable and interconnection panel.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. I got no further questions then.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Now, cross-examination for NCSEA.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimright. Ethan Blumenthal for NCSEA. Afternoon, gentlemen. I have a few questions, I believe, for each of you going forward. Thank you, my co-counsel, providing our second binder there. Do you have your testimony, direct testimony in front of you?
Yes.
On pages 21 and 22, I believe, you state that the company's forecasts show that they achieve a 1.5% reduction of eligible load for the first 5 to 10 years before falling back down to your recommended base level of 1%. Is that correct?
Yes, the minimum modeling assumption.
Yeah.
The minimum modeling assumption. My apologies.
Yeah, thank you. And then back on page 15, I believe it is lines 9 through 12. You state that the DSMEE cost recovery mechanism provides clarity and certainty to the company's ability to plan and implement their DSMEE portfolio, and the company's proposed revisions to it, once approved, will allow the companies to offer more customers more cost-effective EE and DSM options. Is that?
That's what it says, yes.
Yes, great. And just you are aware that the commission has issued an order for that DSMEE cost recovery mechanism, in large part approving the company's proposed revisions. Correct.
Yes, I believe it's on May 20th.
Yes, thank you. We'll cover that in just another moment. Then turning to pages 24 through 26 of your testimony, you discuss a number of programs that would enhance the company's demand response capabilities in meeting their winter peak, including a hot water heater program, the DEC large customer power share firm load reduction option, and the behind the meter residential storage option as examples of such programs that were not modeled in this current proceeding, correct?
That is correct.
And when we refer for clarity, the behind the meter residential storage option, that is referring to the Power Pair program side of it, and the correlated power manager and energy wise programs, or?
It was not referencing the Power Pair. Power Pair is not EE or DSM, but there is a corresponding modification to Energy Wise Home and Power Manager for DEC that were done. Yes.
Yes. And just for clarity, those were not included in this current proceeding as far for modeling purposes.
No.
Great. Thank you. Then pages 34 through 37 of your testimony, you have a discussion of various load control programs for electric vehicles, I believe.
Yes.
And just for clarity again, aside from the potential impact of time of use rate adoption, these were not included in the current modeling as well, correct?
No, they were not.
Okay. At this time, I would like to ask for a judicial notice of the commission's order approving revisions to demand side management and energy efficiency cost recovery and utility incentive mechanisms issued May 22nd, 2024 in dockets E2 sub 931 and E7 sub 1032.
The commission will take judicial notice.
Thank you. That you can find in our binder number 4 for NCSEA tab 163. And while you're getting there as well, I will also be referring to in CSEA potential cross exhibit 203, which I believe Ms. Kress has already identified in this docket as SIGFR Cross Grid Edge and Customer Programs Panel Direct Exhibit 1. So we'll be referring to both of those. As you recall, that exhibit introduced by SIGFR was the company's reply comments, if that is recollection. So is it safe to assume you're familiar with both this order and the reply comments?
Yes.
On page 4 of the order, you looking there, could you please read the 2 sentences that are highlighted, starting with the proposed mechanisms include updated inputs?
The proposed mechanisms include updated inputs to be used to determine the system benefits. The proposed changes results in an increased value of benefits, which in turn leads to higher net savings and cost effectiveness of DSM EE programs.
Thank you. And the commission approved these proposed inputs, correct?
They approved the process to determine the inputs.
Yeah. And these revised inputs, or the effect of these revised inputs were not included in the modeling for this current proceeding, correct?
No, with the timing of it, it would have been physically impossible to do so.
Just confirming, but of course. Then turning to pages 17 and 18 of the order, which may be flagged for you. I tried to help with that as much as possible.
I'm there.
Thank you. These discuss the portfolio performance incentive and tiering part, correct?
It appears to be so, yes.
Great. And could you please read the highlighted sentence starting with relative to the current flat incentive?
Relative to the current flat incentive, the tiered approach will provide Duke with greater incentive to realize increased savings from DSM EE programs and will provide Duke with a lower benefit if it is unable to meet its 1% target.
Great, thank you. And again, judging by the timing of when this was approved, the potential effects of this incentive for Duke was also as far as its ability to achieve incentivizing further savings for the utility. This was not included in the
Again, given the timing, that wouldn't have been possible.
Just making sure. So switching to the reply comments in the other binder.
I'm there.
On pages 4 to 6, I believe the companies are discussing the proposed measure life adjustment factor to be applied to the portfolio performance incentive.
That's one of the topics, yes.
Yes, thank you. And so this measure life adjustment factor incentivizes the company to pursue longer-lived energy efficiency measures, which would in turn increase the persistence of savings realized by the companies year over year into the future. Is that correct? My understanding correct?
That's correct. It creates a desire for more long-lived measures, which not only calculates a higher net benefit because it's the MPV of the net benefits, but also, to your point, lead to persistent savings.
Yeah. Was this assumption that over the life of these upgrades, the extended persistence of those savings, was that included in the modeling?
So I don't think it was included or excluded. The modeling, especially when you get to the out years, includes measures. And as we talked about during the EEDSM mechanism, we anticipate the average measure life to go up because of the type of measures that will be installed, particularly in the near term with the IRA promoting a lot of longer lived measures. So I can't say it was explicitly included, again, because of timing, but I think a lot of those long-lived measures have already been factored into the modeling.
Thank you. Then turning for pages 6 through 8, in section 2, I believe, is a discussion of the program return incentive. In section 3, is entitled Other Incentives. The companies are describing incentives that to achieve greater savings from programs targeting low-income customers. Is that fair summation?
That's correct.
Thank you. And as again, kind of hitting the dead horse here perhaps, but this, as these were approved afterwards, the results of increased savings from low-income customers were not included in this modeling, or was it in this?
So when we look at the DSM forecast, it doesn't necessarily, it's really looking at measures and forecasts. It's not looking at targets. I can't look at the long-term DSM forecast and tell you in 2035 what is coming from low-income programs. We don't have that granularity, but what I can say is the measures that would be offered to income qualified or low-income customers were modeled.
Sorry, didn't mean to.
That's it.
Okay. Then moving to pages 11 and 12, they would describe the proposed changes to allow for the use of an as-found baseline, I believe.
That's correct.
And on page 11, could you please read the highlighted sentence beginning with "as a result"?
As a result, an as-found baseline would allow the companies to match higher energy savings with higher customer incentives, making it more affordable for customers to replace equipment before it fails, providing increased and timely energy savings to the company's systems.
Thank you. The increased energy savings referenced come from increased cost effectiveness by recognizing the improvement from where customers are currently, correct?
Yes, it's really accelerating when the savings are realized, because you're replacing equipment that's operating inefficiently, and you're replacing it before it fails. So getting additional savings through that accelerated replacement with higher incentives.
And the commission approved the use of the as-found baseline?
That's correct.
Great. And these accelerated savings, again, due to the timing of this approval, was not included in these projections?
Somewhat. I will say they were because of the IRA impacts that were included in the forecast, because there's a lot of overlap and assumptions that the IRA incentives coupled with the company's programs will increase that early adoption.
Great, thank you. Then on page 14, there's a discussion of the proposed DSM-EE Innovation Program, which was renamed from the original Efficiency Innovation Program, I believe.
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. Could you read the highlighted sentence beginning with the EIP would enable the companies?
The EIP would enable the companies to more efficiently evaluate potential non-DSM-EE rate designs, emerging technologies, and customer programs with an eye towards turning innovative prototyping concepts or leveraging lessons learned into pilots or programs subject to any necessary modifications.
Thank you. And the potential for greater savings that could be achieved through this acceleration of integrating new programs was also, again, not factored in currently.
That's correct. The non-EEDSM rapid prototyping or efficiency program, innovation program, that has not been approved yet.
Yes, that's and so as I understand it, this was actually supposed to be discussing the DSM-EE innovation program within the cost recovery mechanism. You anticipated my next question. So the DSM-EE innovation program was approved by the commission in this document?
Yes, it was approved. It goes into effect in 2025.
Yes, thank you. And then there is another non-DSM-EE rapid prototyping proposal that was submitted late last year, I believe, without opposition. Is that correct?
I believe the public staff might have opposed components of the process.
Yeah, thank you. And so similarly, neither of these proposed innovation programs, of course, one that has not been approved yet, but have been integrated into current.
Yes, that's correct, given the timing.
Then moving on, pages 20 through 21 discuss large customer opt-out, I believe.
Yes.
Great. Could you read the highlighted statement on page 21, starting with, however, the companies remain hopeful?
However, the companies remain hopeful and that approval of the proposed enablers will allow them to offer higher incentives for DSM-EE programs and measures and make their DSM-EE programs more attractive to industrial and commercial customers.
Thank you. And as we have previously discussed, these proposed enablers were approved by the commission in this docket.
Yeah, yes, the updates to the mechanism were approved.
And was the impact of a potential reduction of large customer opt-out included in the current modeling?
It was not.
Thank you. Then moving to pages 28 and 30, which describe a potential active load management definition and incentive, correct?
That's correct.
And then could you please read the paragraph highlighted starting at the bottom of page 29 that continues on to 30?
As proposed in the revised mechanisms, upon commission vetting and approval of the company's proposal for a new program, the companies could offer these active load management programs to enhance or maintain resource adequacy, reduce grid congestion, efficiently manage variable renewable energy output, and shape utility loads at a locational or aggregate level to the benefit of the utility system. The corresponding utility incentive is tied to the realization and determination of new incremental system benefits, which would encourage the companies to offer these more complex programs and create actual system benefits associated with reducing emissions, reducing the need for system balancing resources, and integrating variable renewable resources while reliably and cost-effectively managing the grid.
Thank you. Is it your understanding that the commission largely approved this proposed active load management proposal while requiring the companies to seek further approval after, quote, a practical demonstration with a thorough evaluation, measurement, and verification process of 20 megawatts?
Yes, the company, just to clarify, the company under the mechanism can propose new active load management programs to demonstrate these type of additional benefits, but those benefits will not be recognized or valued until after EM&V of that initial 20 megawatts.
Thank you. And should the practical demonstration of 20 megawatts be shown to be cost effective, Duke could then seek approval of more capacity beyond that while claiming an incentive of 30% of savings, with 70% of that flowing to customers.
That's correct.
Right. And that would mean in practical terms that the greater the savings achieved on the system via this mechanism, the greater the incentive Duke could also attain.
Yes, there's alignment between both customer and company interests.
Great, thank you. And again, because of the timing of this order, the potential impact of such active load management programs were not included in this current proceeding.
Yes, because we haven't quantified what the benefits would be to include them.
Yeah. Turning back to the order on page 19, which I believe is flagged or should be.
I'm there.
Perfect. Ordering paragraph 6 further requires that the company's EEDSM mechanisms undergo a subsequent in-depth review, which must start no later than December 31st, 2028. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And such a review would provide the companies an opportunity to integrate new enablers were they to be identified by the companies and approved by the commission in future CPIRP dockets.
I believe that's correct.
Great, thank you. Were you able to listen to the testimony presented at this hearing previously, specifically the reliability and operational resilience panel last Thursday?
I believe I heard part of it.
Yeah. I believe during that testimony, witness Holman testified that part of our plan is enhancing and growing grid edge capability. Would you agree with that statement?
I think that's consistent with the company's goals of shrinking the challenge, yes.
Great, thank you so much. I believe next few questions will be for Mr. Byrd, though if I'm wrong, of course, please. On pages 27 through 31 of your testimony, you discuss new rate designs writ large.
That's correct.
Great. Specifically at the top of page 29, lines 3 through 6, you state customers who can modify their consumption to align with the new price signals will not only realize bill savings, but will create benefits to the grid that support low long-term costs for all customers.
That's correct.
Accurate. Thank you. Then on page 31 of your testimony, when discussing the company's anticipation of higher time of use rate adoption, by residential customers, you state that the customers are now providing a rate comparison tool to enable easy comparisons of available rate options for interested customers. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. That tool is available for customers. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. So just follow up on those. Does the company have any plans to provide a similar tool to help encourage non-residential customer adoption of these rates to potentially realize more of the benefits that we just referenced?
The rate comparison tool supports rate comparisons for both residential and non-residential customers already.
Great. Thank you so much. Were you, again, previous testimony on last Thursday, this time of the renewables and energy storage panel, were you able to listen to some of that? Either of you, this could.
Part of it, yeah.
Yeah, probably for you, Mr. Duff. In response to a question from Commissioner Brawley, I believe, regarding citing battery storage as a way to have a peaking resource close to consumption, witness Meeks testified that batteries are a great distributed resource at multiple scales. She went on to mention some of the larger scale projects that are currently being done by the company and suggested that this be further discussed with this panel. Do you agree overall with their statement that batteries are a great distribution resource at multiple scales?
I think it would be a little bit early for me to say that, particularly around the grid edge and customer programs piece, the demand response component around batteries. With respect to company-owned batteries, that would have been better for that panel to answer.
Understood. And for this next line, I understand after the exchange with Mr. Quinn, if this may be better left for rebuttal, but just to broach it. In Exhibit 1, which is of course attached to your testimony, the EEDSM market potential report, there is no discussion overall of virtual power plants, the aggregation of demand response capabilities, or leveraging a set of diverse distributed energy resources. Is that fair to say?
I think it does talk about the overall EEDSM resources available, but that's all it's really looking at. That's what it was chartered to look at, is for that forecast specifically.
Understood. So it's fair to say that it did not look at the ability of these resources to be leveraged in aggregate.
I don't believe that was its purpose, no.
Okay. Are you aware of the growing body of research indicating that these resources are the most economic way to meet peak demand and resource adequacy needs?
Speaking specifically for DSM and energy efficiency, we believe it is a highly cost-effective means to shrink the challenge and help reduce the need for more traditional supply-side investments.
Great, thank you. I'd like to introduce another exhibit. This would be on tab 162. So NCSEA potential cross exhibit 162. If I could move to have this marked as NCSEA cross grid edge and customer programs panel direct exhibit 1.
It will be so marked.
You know when you are.
I've got it.
Great, thank you. This is a report from the U.S. Department of Energy entitled Pathways to Commercial Liftoff Virtual Power Plants, correct?
That's what it's entitled. I am a little worried that this is more germane to my rebuttal testimony, which specifically dealt with virtual power plants.
Okay. And I think, well, let's get to the, I guess, the quotes that I'd like, and if it's for rebuttal, then we'll take it back up there. Could you please turn, it is marked as page 3. It is actually the 8th page in there because of the preliminary thing, so the 8th page of the PDF for following on digitally. Could you please read the second paragraph, which should be highlighted?
Sure. VPPs contribute to resource adequacy at a low cost. Equally as important as their financial benefits, VPPs in various forms can increase resilience, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, air pollution, reduce T&D congestion, empower communities, and be adapted to meet evolving grid needs. A VPP made up of residential smart thermostats, smart water heaters, EV chargers, and behind-the-meter batteries, for example, could provide peaking capacity at 40 to 60% lower net cost to a utility than alternatives. A utility-scale battery and natural gas peaker, parenthetical. Rather than using natural gas peaker plants to burn fuel and transport electricity over transmission and distribution T&D lines, utilities can use VPPs to pay participating end users for balancing demand on the grid locally with DERs and supporting systems.
Does this generally match up with your understanding of how VPPs can be utilized?
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, you just, again, as a point of clarification and to save the commission's time and resources, I just want a clarification. The witness has indicated this is part of his rebuttal testimony, and are we going to hold these questions all for rebuttal as opposed to pursuing some now and some later?
Mr. Blumenthal, I'm going to sustain his objection. The witness has stated that the discussion about virtual power plants is addressed in his rebuttal testimony. So please reserve those questions for rebuttal.
Yes. Then just for clarity here, I know virtual power plants will be in the rebuttal. Does that apply in your understanding for the aggregation of demand response capabilities and also aggregation of a diverse set of distributed energy resources?
The company believes that it's just demand side management or demand response programs do provide a number of benefits to the utility system.
No, I'm sorry, I should ask that clearer. Are those addressed in your rebuttal as opposed to more detail?
We clarify what benefits we're speaking with return to our existing demand response programs. Yes.
Okay, so I will hold the rest of those for rebuttal. Similarly, I will most likely have some questions regarding modeling demand response in DERs as a potential selectable resource. That was responded to, I know, in your rebuttal testimony, as well as the rebuttal testimony of the IRP and near-term actions panel. I just wanted to clarify who would be the appropriate panel to probably ask those questions to.
It probably would be more specific for the modeling panel. My testimony is a little bit more about the characteristics that make it tough to be a selectable resource.
Okay. Understood. Thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Neal, I think you're up for cross-examination.
Yes, and Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite, thank you. This is David Neal for SACE et al. Just to be clear, what time are we taking the afternoon break so I don't step over that?
We're going to take the afternoon break about 3:20. So you've got about 10 minutes to probably get started.
All right, thank you. My colleague's handing you, I believe, binder number 2 of our potential cross exhibits. Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Duff, I believe my questions will all be for you, but obviously chime in if need be, Mr. Bird. Mr. Duff, as I understand it, Duke increased the amount of savings it projects it can achieve from certain efficiency programs because it anticipates it can support customer participation in the Inflation Reduction Act programs and rebates and thereby increase overall savings. Is that a fair summary?
So when we had our market potential study performed by Resource Innovations, we had them evaluate the measures that were known to be included in it. There's still some grayness with respect to the IRA dollars. And one of the things I'll say is they're already delayed versus that initial assumption that Resource Innovations made. But yes, we looked at the fact that there were additional dollars that could be levered with our programs to help the economics for customers to make investments. And so we did see an uptick in the efficiency forecast for the really between now and 2032 when the IRA was to end.
And would you agree that the particular programs that you anticipate seeing that savings boost for because of the IRA would include the audits and the EES program?
You might see some uptick on the kits, but really we do believe that we can make our audit program through modifications be a way to intake customers to qualify for IR rebates through the modeling component of the home and year rebate programs.
And do you anticipate an uptick in savings from the income qualified program because of the IRA?
We think there's definitely an opportunity. We have seen funding going to income qualified customers in the past when the ERA funding was available, and we didn't see the uptick that was anticipated. We're optimistic that working with the agency so proactively, we'll be able to see more of an uptick. But I would say that it's we're a little bit more concerned just regarding how effective the ERA funding was. But I believe there is an uptick that would be included in that between now and 2032 forecast.
And finally, would you agree that the multifamily programs are also an area where you could see an increase in savings because of the IRA?
I think there's definitely measures included in the IRA that could potentially work. Again, that multifamily space is challenging, as a lot of our stakeholders know, because of the whole landlord-tenant issue on who's making the investment and who sees the bill savings. So I think there's an opportunity through the different options in the IRA, but it really is going to come down to how the different state energy office blueprints are filed and approved by the DOE.
So turning your attention to figures 2 and 3 of your direct testimony at page 22. I'll give you a minute to get there.
I'm there.
So when we're talking about this potential drop-off in savings from the expiration of IRA programs and rebates, is that you would agree that's reflected in the blue 2023 base case line in figure 2 that occurs between 2032 and 2033?
That's correct. Essentially, you've seen an acceleration of savings that were anticipated to occur further out into the early years, which then causes a little bit more of a precipitous drop.
And a similar, you would say, a similar effect is in figure 3 for DEP, correct?
Yeah, they're similar shapes.
Turning your attention to our SACE et al. Potential cross notebook, if I can have you, I know you've got to jump between binders, to potential exhibit 31, under tab 31. And presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, we would ask this be marked SACE et al. Cross Grid Edge Panel Direct Exhibit 1.
It shall be so marked as SACE et al. Cross Grid Edge and Customer Programs Direct.
Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1, thank you.
Thank you. And this is, you would agree, Duke's response to SACE data request 24-1?
Yes.
So turning your attention to 24-1-3, you see where we asked the companies to provide annual incremental savings by program by year. Do you see that request?
Yes.
And that that was provided in an embedded spreadsheet that you'll see if you scroll back to the third page.
I'm there.
Great. So I just wanted to kind of dig into this a little more. If we look first at the embedded spreadsheet for DEC, which is the PDF page 3 of this exhibit 1. What we were just talking about, you would agree, is reflected if you look at the audits and DE kits in 2032. You would agree that Duke is anticipating 17 million kilowatt hours of savings in 2032. Have I read that right? Approximately.
Yes.
And then you would agree that that dropped somewhat precipitously in 2033 to 1.3 million kilowatt hours, correct?
Yes.
Now, earlier when I asked if the audits and EE kits were part of the IRA funding boost that you were anticipating, as I understood your response, it was a little equivocal. You weren't sure if that was included in the mix. From looking at this chart, would you agree that Duke is anticipating that there's going to be a real drop off when those IRA programs roll off?
So what I would say is you have to remember this was informed by the timing. This was based off of a high level estimate that was done really in 2022 after the IRA funding had actually been announced before the states had taken any activity. As I said, I think we will see an uptick in audits. The kits is where I was concerned about things. And I think if you look across most of these programs, you see an uptick during that period until 2032.
And similar, we see a drop off, and I didn't ask you about this one, but if you look at the column energy efficiency education, there's a similar steep cliff between 2032 and 2033 from about 7.2 million kilowatt hours to less than 1 million. Do you see that?
Yes.
And would you attribute that to the IRA programs expiring?
So I think a lot of it's going to have to do with awareness. And so what we did was we looked at some of the measures, and there are some air infiltration measures that are included in those kits that were assumed to get some uptick. Again, we think there's a lot of opportunity with the energy efficiency education program. There's a lot of opportunity for kids to understand that there's potential incentives available to help try and make their parents aware. So I think there would be an uptick from that program in a participation standpoint. It's hard to say with respect to measures, though.
Well, what I really want to focus on is the column income qualified. So directing your attention there, can you read the anticipated savings for 2032 for the income qualified programs for DEC?
2032 is 72,804,882.
And then again for 2033.
2,708,373.
And if my math is correct, so Duke is projecting that in 2033, it'll achieve less than 4% of the savings it would achieve in 2032 for the income qualified program.
Yes, there's a huge, as you said, there's a huge component of qualifying for different incentive levels in the IR funding that's based off of where a customer falls in area median income.
And you would agree that you can certainly turn to the DEP spreadsheet, which is, I believe, the next page, page 4 of the PDF. You see a similar income qualified drop off, but it happens a little sooner, correct? Oh, no, I take it back. It's also 2032 to 2033.
Yeah, again, with respect to the kind of the IRA period, that really did come from a kind of high level analysis that was done by Resource Innovations, given the timing. And there was a broad assumption that we would be able to see about 60% of the overall efficiency that would be associated with the IRA be levered with one of our programs in some way. And so that's why you're seeing it really fall over that 10-year period of time.
And
Mr. Neal, how many questions do you have left for this particular exhibit?
for this, I have about 4.
Well, why don't we, if you had maybe one more question, I'd say go ahead. But let's go ahead and take our 10-minute break, and we'll come back. We'll go off the record. We'll come back on the record at 3:32. Thank you. Mr. Neal, before you continue with your cross-examination questions, I want to rule on Duke's objection to SACE et al. Cross Transmission and Interconnection Panel Direct and Supplemental Exhibit 2. Duke's objection is overruled, and the Exhibit 2 will be admitted into the record.
Thank you.
And Mr. Neal, you may continue.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Duff, I believe we were still on SACE et al. Potential Exhibit 31, which is now Cross Exhibit 1 for this panel. You would agree that Duke will not have served all of the income qualified customers in its service territories by with its income qualified programs by the end of 2032, correct?
I can't speculate on that. I would think that number is always moving. But I would find it hard to believe that we could hit every single customer since that is a moving number.
And so you would agree that there's most likely still going to be efficiency savings potential from for income qualified programs past 2032?
I believe there would be potential. I think it's important to note, though, that generally low income and income qualified programs are not cost effective. So there's generally a balance that's gone on. And so when that IRA funding, which helps to fund those programs, goes away, again, you could see a drop in total funding because those are non-cost effective EE programs in general.
Well, turning your attention to the top of the chart, it starts with year 2023, and you would agree that Duke anticipates, or Duke in this chart indicated around 55 million kilowatt hour savings from those income qualified programs, correct?
Yes, again, that was assuming that the IRA dollars were available a lot sooner than they were in reality.
You would agree that Duke will do its best to try to avoid that steep of a cliff in its income qualified programs between 2032 and 2033?
Definitely. I think when the IRA funds roll off, you're going to see two issues. One, you're going to see, again, a significant change in the economics for customers because those IRA funds will no longer be available. But then you're also going to see the fact that a larger portion of the market has participated, hence pulling the savings and participation up. So we think it's hard to imagine that there won't be some drop off, but yes, we want to try and manage that drop off as much as possible with respect to all of our programs. But it's a natural impact of seeing a significant funding source roll off that is accelerating participation that you would see a drop off.
Switching gears, if we could, I'd like to turn your attention to SACE et al. Potential Cross Exhibit 34. And Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite, we would ask this be marked SACE et al. Cross Grid Edge and Customer Panel Direct Exhibit 2.
It will be so marked.
And Mr. Duff, you'll see this is Duke's response to SACE Data Request 33-3. And you'll see at the beginning a number of federal appliance standards are listed at the beginning, and there's a question at 33-3-1 whether Duke's load forecast in this proceeding included the impact of any of those new standards. And you'll see if you go down to below, you agree the response is no, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And you would agree that as those standards are implemented, Duke may need to adjust its forecast to account for that increased efficiency. I don't know if the right term is naturally occurring, but the sort of the amount of efficiency that you would anticipate from these sorts of standards going into effect.
So given the timing of all of the standards that were listed that you were asking about, those appear to have occurred after the filing of this document. So I think it's logical that they weren't included, but I know with respect to kind of the codes and standards component of naturally occurring efficiency, that would in fact likely be picked up in future load forecasts.
So as the companies and the commission check and adjust, there may be increased efficiency savings in the load forecast as a result of these sort of updated federal appliance standards.
So I think there's potential up and downs. It's a moving issue. If it becomes naturally occurring or because of codes and standards, then you're going to see less utility efficiency because the utility is incentivizing customers to exceed that standard. So I think you have to look at a potential study under the total potential efficiency that can be gained and where it's occurring. But I think that the efficiency and these changes that were specifically referenced will be reflected in both updated UEE and updated naturally occurring efficiency in the load forecast.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. And I think it is Walmart's turn for cross-examination.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Carrie Grunman with Walmart. In advance of my questions, I had asked your counsel if they could provide you with a copy of the Resource Adequacy Panel Exhibit 3, which is the resource adequacy study. Do you happen to have a copy of that up there in front of you?
I believe so, yes.
And I'm going to go ahead and hand you the notebook of Walmart potential exhibits. And can you please turn to pages 41 and 42 of Exhibit 3 of the Resource Adequacy Panel, tables 9 and 10?
I'm there.
And so did you all provide this data that's listed here or have any input on this data for the Resource Adequacy Panel?
Based off of this, it appears as though most of this information would have come from our DSM or demand side management program managers, with the exception of the integrated volt var would have come from a different source.
But aside from that, do the DSM managers, do they report up to either of you? Or is that a totally different team?
It's a different team.
So if I had questions about these programs, is there another panel that I should ask about them?
No, I can do my best to try and answer them. I'm generally informed of them.
So for both the Table 9 and Table 10, which is DEC and DEP respectively, are these the programs and the only programs except for the integrated voltage volt var control that were in effect as of the timing of this report last fall?
I believe these were the approved programs in effect, yes.
And so you agree with me that it doesn't include, I believe that you had indicated previously in response to some questions from SIGFR Council Cress that there have been some updates. Am I correct? Is it to the Power Share program?
That's correct. There was a program approved by the commission in May with compliance tariffs filed, I believe, May 31st.
And then you had also indicated, I believe earlier, I believe it was in response to Mr. Blumenthal, but it may have been Ms. Cress, that you're in the process right now of updating all current DSM EE programs based on the revised mechanisms that were approved earlier this year.
We have reviewed and are providing some updates. Some programs didn't require modification, but they'll still receive an update for the system, but to reflect the new system benefit information. Yes, that's underway.
And so all of that is with the goal, hopefully, of it being effective for these modifications for the 2025 timeframe, correct?
Yes, the goal was to have those be in effect as soon as possible in vintage 2025.
And so then they would in fact be in effect for 2027, which was the study year for purposes of this resource adequacy study.
They should be but obviously any new programs beyond those modifications wouldn't be reflected in this.
I'd like to draw your attention to Walmart potential cross-examination exhibit 17. It should be there in the binder.
I'm there.
And I'd like to mark this Walmart potential cross-examination exhibit 17 as Walmart cross grid edge and customer programs panel direct exhibit 1.
It will be so marked.
Are you familiar with this response?
I'm reading it right now. I mean, with the general topic, yes.
And wanted to draw your attention specifically under the response to the second paragraph that begins large business participant load.
Yes.
Do you see?
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, may I be heard briefly?
Yes, Ms. Kress.
Walmart has entered into a stipulation with the companies on issues that fall underneath the demand response program umbrella. And I have let a few questions go without objecting, but I do think that we are venturing into and have been for a few questions now into friendly cross territory.
So Ms. Grayman, can you respond and specifically respond to whether this is friendly cross-examination?
I can. This is not friendly cross. As I indicated, beginning with the Resource Adequacy Panel Exhibit 3, my questions relate to resource adequacy issues and the company's proposals with respect to resource adequacy. And I'm attempting to understand what inputs may or may not have been factored into the company's analysis in that Exhibit 3 that forms the underpinnings for the 22% reserve margin, which is a topic that Walmart specifically exempted out of from both the stipulation and the amended stipulation that were filed in this case.
Okay, the objection is overruled.
Returning again to the second paragraph, specifically the second sentence, you note there that, or this response notes that with the growth of cryptocurrency businesses in DEC, the power share program grew by over 60 megawatts during 2023.
Yes, that's what it says.
Are you familiar with that growth?
We have seen growth in terms of the megawatts that are included in that program.
And do you know if any of that growth would have occurred after the effective date of this resource adequacy reserve margin study that was conducted?
I don't know how they overlap in terms of where they were pulled from. I apologize.
No, that's okay. When you look at the table 9 and table 10 of the resource adequacy study, when we're back in front of the commission in 2025, or even in a future proceeding, would you expect there to be additional demand response programs that are providing winter capacity value?
I believe that's definitely the company's intent, and I think you'll definitely see more things both on the residential and non-residential side.
And are you familiar with the fact that company witness Glenn Snyder filed some supplemental testimony late last year when it became apparent that there was some pretty substantial load growth that was coming to the company's service territories?
At a high level, yes, I'm aware that there was additional testimony filed.
And as a result of that, the supplemental modeling was performed and a number of additional resources were proposed.
That's correct.
And one of the solutions that the company is proposing is to accelerate customer programs. Is that correct?
I believe that there was a focus on some customer programs, yes. Others were challenged to be accelerated to meet it, specifically efficiency.
Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have.
Redirect for Duke.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner. I'll be very brief. Mr. Duff, I have just a couple of questions for you. Do you recall that Mr. Blumenthal asked you a series of questions regarding increased incentives in various programs?
Yes.
And he was asking if those were in effect prior to the 2023 IRP, correct?
Yes, Mr. Blumenthal asked me about a lot of the major modifications in the EEDSM cost recovery mechanism that was approved by the commission on May 22nd, which, as I indicated, came after the filing of this CPIRP.
And does the CPIRP have a targeted savings in it?
Yes, I think that's one of the important things that I probably should have clarified. Well, each of those explicit enablers in the mechanism that are designed to promote efficiency were not necessarily factored into the modeling of this year's CPIRP or the 2023 CPIRP. I hearken back to the 22 CPIRP when the company identified those enablers. those enablers were identified as a way to make sure that we could meet or exceed the long-term modeling assumption of 1% of eligible retail sales. So to be really specific, each enabler wasn't incremental to what was in the forecast. The company had said in order to meet that long-term 1% every single year floor, it needed to get these enablers in place. So I just want to be clear that it was not the company's intention that if the mechanism is modified by each explicit enabler, that you would do a bar chart showing, well, this much more will be added on. Some of that was actually factored into the forecast because, again, we didn't have a specific long-term 30-year roadmap of all the different things that would occur, but those were part of what was identified in 2022 as the roadmap to make sure that the company could hit that aggressive but achievable 1% base forecast of eligible load.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
And I have just a couple of questions I'm going to go through very quickly. I think they're directed to you, Mr. Duff, relating specifically to the 1% energy efficiency goal. In the 2022 carbon plan, the commission did direct Duke to seek an aspirational goal of 1.5% for energy efficiency savings. And with the commission's approval of the new enablers and the mechanism, can you speak to whether, very specifically, you've been talking about how the new enablers will allow Duke to achieve the aggressive 1% energy efficiency savings, but what about, how does it relate to the aspirational goal that the commission discussed and directed Duke to undertake in the 2022 carbon plan order of 1.5%?
So the company was responsive to including a 1.5% of eligible retail sales annual floor forecast. What I would say is we are not yet at the point of having all the detail on all of the modifications that were enabled by the mechanism to give you a accurate annual. We are working as hard as we can in 90 days to get through all those programs, but we will be able to start to understand what we think the uptick will be. I will point to the fact, as I briefly mentioned, that in the near term, we're already a little bit behind because of when we assumed the IRA funding was going to be available. Again, given the timing of it, it had just been announced by the DOE. And so we had our third party make a high level estimate. They had those impacts being effective in 2023. And so we're already going to be, we already missed 23. We're going to miss 24 because it does not look like the funds will be available until 25 at the earliest. And so it's hard to just isolate the enablers. We'll have to look at everything that's changed in the market, as well as all of the enablers that we've been able to put in place to give you a forecast. But I would anticipate that we'll be, as we had been in the past, above the 1% of eligible sales and close to that 1.5, hopefully longer than that 10-year horizon. But again, there will be a drop. It's just the nature of economics and accelerating adoption of efficiency that you won't see the participation stay at that level. So that will be there, but we're optimistic that that 1% floor is something that we'll be able to achieve for the full 30-year period, which is still a very aggressive approach. If you think about that, that's 30% basically over a 30-year period that you're going to reduce your sales. So again, we think it's aggressive but achievable, and really appreciate all of the stakeholder and commission prompt response to a lot of the regulatory enablers that we have filed before the commission to date.
Okay. And then I have, switching gears, I have a question about the percentage of Duke's total retail load that's opted out of the DSM EE rider. And I was, in preparation for this hearing, I was reading back through the 2022 carbon plan order. And do you remember during the 2022 carbon plan proceeding that You noted that a significant portion of Duke's non-residential customers, representing about 30% of its load, had opted out of the participation. And then we move forward to this proceeding, and your testimony is that over 35% of Duke's total retail load has opted out of the EE-DSM rider. So it looks like it's about 5% more, or a little bit more than 5%. Can you provide any context about why there's been even an increase in opt-outs from 2022?
So I think what we're seeing is a couple of things. You're seeing that a lot of the lighting measures that were being installed that had very positive economics with the company's incentive programs, those are starting to wane. And so we've seen more non-residential customers opt out. I think the other thing that we're seeing is that with a lot of the inflationary pressures going on, the economics for customers to take large projects, and don't forget, our incentives had kind of been set for quite some time to be cost effective. And that's why we're optimistic that these updates to the program incentives will be helpful. But I think it really is some timing that our programs were a little bit behind inflation in terms of what those costs were for customers to participate and get an incentive versus what they would have to pay through the EE-DSM rider.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And then my last question deals with backup generation for large non-residential customers. And do you have any information about the capacity of backup generation that Duke's large non-residential customers currently have? And then related to that, is there potential for this backup generation to be able to be utilized during peak winter periods?
So that's a great question. That actually, and I don't know how much detail I can get into since it is part of kind of the open docket on the modifications. But as I alluded to earlier, there will be an option that we've created in the DEC Power Share program that is designed to try and let customers participate in demand response with kind of emergency generators that previously had not been able to participate because they didn't have the number of hours available that they could operate and give to the company. So we have made that proposed modification, and it's in the process of being worked through to get as part of the upcoming filing that will be made with the commission. But we do see that as a potential resource that could really help with winter.
Okay, thank you. And let me see if my fellow commissioners have any questions. Sure. Okay, okay, Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it, Commissioner Kim Wright. Mr. Duff, I'm new, so and I don't want to preempt any rebuttal or cross any of that. Some months back, Chair Mitchell brought up the point that Duke really needed to be very motivated in getting to the non-residential customers, the large users. From where I sit, having run a business for 20 years, I think, man, that is really a place where you could have some peak load capacity, perhaps by doing that, not having to build a facility. And I don't know how specific you can be, but I think in the amended stipulation agreement, it says the companies agree to work with interested parties to develop a program to incentivize non-residential customers, and that it be presented to the commission no later than September 25. I've been here since December. How is that taking so long? Because from where I sit, I look at it as this, and in my previous life, I designed standby systems, propane systems, and put them in and all of that. But where I sit, I think, well, Duke could visit each customer, get to know their business, understand what their ability is to shut down production, preempt their use of electricity. And then you could categorize those as ones that could do it with a telephone call with immediate. And then some people need a half a day to shut down. Some people need 2 days to shut down, depending upon the endurance of the peak load required, like in Winter Storm Elliott, where what dropped 17 degrees in 1 day or whatever. And then there are others that can't do it, certainly hospitals and other facilities that cannot be interrupted from service. Why does that take so long? I mean, if there was enough of me, and I've been in sales all my life, I can knock on a guy's door and find out about his business. And if I'm with Duke Power, and I mean, excuse me, Duke Energy, that's how far back I go. Duke Energy, I could, put a platoon of people out there pretty quick. And I think the last number I heard was we had 160 or so customers in that program. And there's probably about 4,000 customers that need to be in that program. And then you understand what their incentive is to shut down and put that in there. That may mean we don't need to build $1 billion nuclear plant. That may mean that and it's a constant and a certainty because you know what they use, you have a record of what they use. And so help me, I'm trying to understand, share with me what's taking so long and why is it so hard to do and why is it made so complex that, you can't get back to us before 2025. I mean, we're talking about building transmission lines and taking on solar and gigawatts and wind and everything else. But that to me is right there in front of you with constant numbers, something that you can build on and work with. Why is it taking so long and why wouldn't that be something that you would really want to do right away?
So what I would say is, as I mentioned earlier, we just recently did get a modification to try and enhance the economics for customers to be able to participate more hours than just the mandatory kind of more emergency curtailment. And that was filed and recently approved. I think when we start talking about notification and trying to create pricing around those options, that's something that's a little bit more complex because there has to be an incremental value from a different notification period in order for us to give a higher incentive for somebody to say, provide their curtailment in a day's notice versus 3 days or 4 days. In other words, is there any difference in the value of 3 or 4 days from a utility system standpoint? And so I think there needs to be a lot of discussion regarding how we can price that. And then additionally, what I would say, Commissioner Tucker, is we just recently got the mechanism approved with the new values. And so we have to take those values and price them into the options. So I don't think, and I hope I didn't mislead the commission earlier, the company is not intending to say, we're not going to do anything until September 2025. But when you're talking about non-residential programs, I think the one thing that we've heard over and over from our large account management group who deals with those customers and from customers that have participated in our programs, these are complex programs and there's not a one size fits all because of the vast heterogeneity. And so it does need to be an in-depth discussion. And now that we have these new values, we're optimistic that we can get there. I think that September 2025 date is put out there as we will have something by that time. But I think the company's goal would be able to have something sooner. But we didn't want to overcommit to something. And when you talk about having it in the market, again, we can't ensure commission approval. What I can say is I know we're going to be putting a lot of modifications in front of the commission in about 3 weeks to all of its existing programs, which we think will help those economics of that sales pitch that we talked about earlier. And to the point that was made on the energy efficiency, those incentive levels had been kind of where they were for a while. And so, a customer's costs of shutting down may have increased. And so it wasn't as attractive. I think what we're trying to do is come up with more options But those options do have to create utility system value in order for them to be, for us to incentivize them. We can't just provide an incentive for something that isn't going to provide corresponding value to all customers who are helping to pay for that program.
Okay, just as a follow-up. Winter Storm Elliott, as I understand it, was the first load shedding event in the history of Duke Power. Is that not correct? When I mean that have the ramifications of 500,000 customers without power. That was the
Correct.
most major event ever in the history of the
I
Duke
believe that-
energy, excuse me.
I'm sorry, I believe that's correct, Commissioner Tucker. When you said load shed, that's a lot of times we'll say if our DR programs are activated, that it's a load shed. So I apologize for my confusion. We have called demand response events in the past, but I do believe you're correct that that was the first load shed.
I could be more direct, but Chair Mitchell will not allow me to use the word I want to use. But in that load shedding event in Winter Storm Elliott, which is supposed to happen once every 10 years, and you plan for that, what's the spread of customers you've called on since the 7 months ago that I was here, between 160 and the 4,000 that you have the potential to call on to be able to be in the position of a major load shedding event and have them on file and know what the process is? How many of those customers have you called on?
I don't have the specific numbers, but we did have a significant demand response event a few weeks back with some of the high summer temperatures.
Okay, so have you called on 2 or 12 or 0?
I believe it was significantly more than 2. I can follow up and get you the specific answer.
Very well. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Hughes?
Let me start with something and we can stop as soon as it seems like maybe that you aren't the right panel. But at the very end of your sponsored exhibit, the market study, there's an appendix on solar behind the meter potential, and it's not referenced, like the EE and DSM potential studies are in your testimony. But it does have, to me, it has important information. And I just, are you the folks to ask about these tables? Because it seemed like it's grid edge and not what we were talking about with the renewable energy panel.
I think at a high level, we can answer these questions. I think that if I recall correctly, this was included because at the time there was a solar related energy efficiency program. And so it was kind of blurred together with that pending program. But if to the extent that it is considered part of EEDSM and was included in here, I will do my best to answer your questions.
Well, it just seemed, thank you. It seemed very relevant to a lot of it, particularly some of the intervener testimonies. And I know we'll talk about virtual power plants later, but just from a distributed solar standpoint, it clearly presents what seems like a scientific analysis of the maximum ideal solar capacity behind the meter rooftop in the state. And then it goes through a process of determining what would be achievable. And those numbers do fit in other parts of the CPIRP. But my first question was, is this the analysis that goes into some of the analysis and projections for behind the meter, or is it another analysis that goes into those?
So I don't believe this analysis directly flowed into the net metering projections that were in the CPIRP. This was really done in the context of when we were looking at the efficiency opportunity for rooftop PV. If you see, it's looked at under the UCT analysis, which is traditionally used for EE. So I don't believe this was factored into the net metering forecast.
Okay, well, so okay, I'll stop there then. As far as specific types of programs and efforts that Duke are doing, again, I know you're the panel for a lot of the grid edge. Things like community solar, institutional behind the meter, which panel would that be?
We can talk about Clean Energy Connect or Community Solar. If you have specific questions around that, we can try on those.
Well, I guess my questions are, there's a lot of attention, and we've talked about the IRA, and you've talked a lot about the rebates that are coming, which I know are important for a lot of the traditional EE programs, but what I think is going to have, and what's talked about having, huge impact on solar is the tax credits and the monetization of tax credits, particularly for institutional customers. And I'm just wondering if that's at all significant potential, and if it's anywhere in this plan, or if that's something that is going to be looked at. And for example, from what I understand, a school prior to the IRA could put a fairly large solar installation on their roof, and they would pay cost and have no incentive. Through the IRA, it's possible. I think it's possible to get up to the 60 or 70% tax credit. If you look at some of the multipliers, maybe not that high, but just significant compared to what we've ever had before. So I'm just, and some of the interveners have talked about the potential of these type of installations. So I just want to hear kind of where that is in the CPIRP, and what you're thinking about that is.
I'll just start if that's okay. So I know the load forecasting panel, which is going to be up later, takes an economic view of the investments that a customer would make into that solar facility describing, and they regularly update the expected adoption, and then bring that into the load forecast. So that's the right panel to ask about how those economics are modeled and may be influenced by changing tax credits. I know that they incorporate that, so I've seen that, but they know the details of that work. So Witness Duff may have something to add.
No, I was going to say, I think we could talk specific about how it might impact our program participation. As I said, on the EEDSM, we knew enough to factor that in, but I don't believe that any of this information that you referenced earlier or anything on the IRA has directly impacted our current programs.
Okay, so the key would be like anywhere where I see net metering estimates, those programs would be rolled into that.
Yeah, I believe so. It would be factored into that kind of solar adoption in the load forecast.
Okay. I think I have some other questions, but there are enough on rebuttal that I'll save them. Thank you.
Commissioner McKissick.
Thank you, Mr. Duff. And this is just a quick follow-up on the question that Commissioner Cummerite started out with today, dealing with the 1.5% aspirational target. Based upon where you stand today and the evidence that you have seen, or the data, I should say, you have seen, I believe your response was you believe you will be above 1%, but not obtaining 1.5%. But if you could just clarify that response, so it would be clear to me for the record.
So
yeah,
what I would say is the long-term base forecast, the company feels comfortable with that above 1% for that long-term 30-year horizon. But as I said, I think we feel comfortable, particularly in the near term with those IRA dollars, that will be in that 1.5% range, especially since we've seen a lot of the enablers move forward. I think that we feel that the forecast is appropriate. Now, I did raise in my direct testimony some concerns we have. When you see EV load growth, there really isn't efficiency for EV load. So if you say 1% of a higher number, there's no new efficiency with that load, but you need to get savings to represent that. So I think there's risks to it. There's risks because of the IRA delay. But again, I think when you put those all in the context of the fact that we have seen some of the enablers that while the annuals may move around a little bit, the company is comfortable that it can hit that 1% of eligible load over the long term. I think 1.5% is still too aggressive to use as a modeling assumption in the CPIRP.
And that's what I gather from your testimony today and from reading your testimony as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Brawley.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Duff, mine's going to be a little more focused. Behind the meter batteries, are we primarily talking about EVs, perhaps people that have batteries with solar or batteries separate? How hard is it to manage resources behind the meter?
So I think it is a challenge to manage those. We have programs that allow us to control charging of EV batteries. That technology, I will say, in the pilots has proved challenging. It's something that we're still learning on. But with respect to the storage component of kind of a battery with solar, obviously that was a component of the power pair that we incentivized the installation of those. So we have seen an uptick in the installation of solar and storage. And then a component of those customers were asked to participate in a demand response program where we actually control the storage. What I can say is initially it's somewhat in line with what the company thought, but even more so in that customers that are participating in the power pair pilot, that initial customer group is over 93% of them have elected to participate in the demand response program. So we're seeing customers say, we're willing to let you control it if you pay us. Now we have, obviously those customers, that program just launched in May. So we're just starting to see those customers get in and we don't have a lot of experience actually pressing the button, which is how you really learn what happens. But I think it's really exciting to see that. Additionally, that demand response program that was added as a modification to our residential suite, not only have we seen power pair customers participate, we've seen over 30% between DEP and DEC customers that have participated in the DR come from outside of power pair, meaning these are customers with existing storage. Doesn't matter if they're if they're solar or not. We just know they have storage and they want to participate. So I think that that's an encouraging sign that it could be a real resource that we can control because it doesn't have as much impact on the customer's comfort. Again, in the very early phases, and we don't want to overestimate, but it is encouraging that we're seeing a lot of customer interest in participating in that storage program.
As a follow-up, I would get the sense that a particular customer would not be able to contribute a lot of energy. How many customers do you need to aggregate to begin to make a real dent in demand? Are we talking hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands?
We need to get into the thousands to really start to make a dent. It's just a matter of the size of a residential customer. Now, storage is a little bit larger and it gives you a little bit more, but you've got to have some scale in order for it to matter. And so, like I said, it's exciting to see customers wanting to participate, but a lot of it's going to depend on how you see customers adopt storage. If it continues to you see a lot of customers adopting storage on the residential side, then that program looks like it could be something that could provide a meaningful resource. The EV side is really too premature to tell. We, as the commission is aware, we had to pause the launch of our vehicle to grid demand response program. The software required to actually do the vehicle to grid just isn't available. And we've also seen other OEMs delay their electric vehicles. So that was something that we were excited about, but technology takes time. And so I think from a residential side, the more you see customers adopting EVs, and as that technology matures, that could help when you add on top of the residential storage increase or interest that we have seen from the initial phase of PowerPair.
Well, as the program's progressing, is this more of an experiment to see how much you can generate in the way of support for demand? Or is there a database that allows you to project what you can generate in demand management?
So I think once we have, the more participation we have and more experience, the more capable we'll be to project. I think that that's, again, both technologies are still very, very new. We see more ability to project around things like thermostats than we see about batteries, just because of the kind of the newness of the technology, as well as there's a much bigger upfront capital barrier for customers to install storage or purchase an EV.
Right. Thank you.
And just one follow-up question. It was brought to my attention that I may not have, we asked a question, we started talking about the second part of the question. So the first part of the question that I had asked is, do you know the capacity of the backup generation that the large non-residential customers currently have, if you know?
I don't know that number specifically. I can tell you it is in the hundreds, I believe, of megawatts.
Hundreds of megawatts.
Yeah.
If you are able to obtain that information before you come back on rebuttal, I'll ask you the same question at that time. Okay, I think that comes to the end of commission questions. So we'll resume with questions on commissioner questions. Mr. Neal?
Thank you. Again, David Neal with Say Set All. Just briefly, Mr. Duff, Commissioner Kemright had a question for you about backup generation from large non-residential customers and its potential to be used to help meet winter peak demand. Do you recall that exchange?
Yes, I do.
And as Duke considers ways to take advantage of that backup generation, has Duke come up with a way of accounting for any carbon emissions that are created from that backup generation that Duke would be paying for to help meet winter peak demand as it relates to Duke's own carbon emissions reductions requirements?
So what I would say is I don't believe the structure of the program accounts for carbon emissions from the backup generation. I think it's part of, obviously, specifically with some of the backup generators that we're considering now, they have to meet other federal environmental guidelines. And since there aren't clear carbon guidelines with respect to operating those, I don't believe that that's factored in. But it's something obviously we will consider as we move forward in terms of trying to understand the overall emissions that occur.
No further questions.
Hi, Mr. Blumenthal with NCSEA. I believe in response to a question from Commissioner McKissick clarifying your response again from a question from Presiding Commissioner Kemright regarding the 1% versus 1.5% distinction. You referred that EV load growth is a major cause of growth, but there is limited potential as far as savings regarding electric vehicles.
Efficiency savings, yes.
Efficiency savings. So would that apply to demand response program savings?
No, that's a different question. If we're talking about shaping charging and managing charging, I think as was pointed out, we have a number of programs, including TOU rates, a managed charging pilot, and we had the vehicle to grid that obviously, as I said, was suspended, but no, those are separate from that analysis.
And I know Witness Duff talked about the technology challenges with some of the programs that we've worked on, but from a time of use perspective, I think it's much simpler for a customer to modify their charging profile, their charging behavior in response to those price signals, and that has been included in the load forecast components for EVs. So that's something for the load forecast panel, but that aspect has been included, and I think a healthy amount of that aspect has been included.
Thank you. A follow-up on that. For the savings or the reductions in load that would be realized from a demand response program directed at electric vehicle owners and drivers, would those savings be attributable to the 1% overall target?
So the 1% target is a reduction in sales. The demand response program shifts. It doesn't reduce total sales. So I think you're talking apples and oranges in your question.
I think that does it. Thank you.
Questions from Duke?
We don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Beginning with NC Warren.
Thank you. At this time, NC Warren would move into the record NC Warren et al. Cross, Grid Edge, and Customer Programs Panel Direct Exhibits 1 and 2.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Matthew Quinn. Thank you.
NCSEA.
NCSEA would move for NCSEA Cross, Grid Edge, and Customer Programs Panel Direct Exhibit 1 to be moved into the record.
Okay, your motion is allowed. Motion from SACE et al.
Good afternoon, David Neal for SACE et al. We would move admission of SACE et al. Cross, Grid Edge, and Customer Program Panel Direct Exhibits 1 and 2.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. And Walmart.
This is Carrie Grunman for Walmart. At this time, we would move for admission of Walmart Cross, Grid Edge, and Customer Programs Panel Direct Exhibit 1.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. And now for Duke.
Thank you. I move that the panel's direct exhibit be accepted into the record at this time.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you.
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer, I apologize. SIGFR also had an exhibit that we would like to move its admission into the record at this time, if that's acceptable.
Okay. Please go ahead, Ms. Kress.
SIGFR would move admission of SIGFR 2 and 3, Cross, Grid Edge, and Customer Programs Panel Direct Exhibit 1.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you.
Okay. And with that, we've come to the end of this testimony from this panel, so you may step down and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Duke, we are going to do our best to get through the Carolinas Utility Operations panel before we conclude for the day. So we'll try to be as efficient as we can.
Thank you very much, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer. At this time, Duke Energy calls to the witness stand, the Carolina Utility Operation panel, and I will instruct them to speak quickly as much as possible so we can all work together to achieve that goal.
Yes. If you're ready, I'll go ahead and get you sworn in. Okay. And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Beginning with you, Ms. Bateman, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Laura A. Bateman, and my business address is 411 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Carolinas as the Vice President of Carolinas Rates and Regulatory Strategy.
Thank you. And can you briefly describe your roles and responsibilities?
Yes, I lead teams responsible for rate cases, annual rider filings, cost of service studies, earnings surveillance reporting, and regulatory strategy and planning for North and South Carolina for DEP and DEC.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Oots, will you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Mark Hoots, business address 411 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
employed by Duke Energy. I'm a project director in our grid planning and integration group.
And can you briefly describe your roles and responsibilities at the company?
Yes, our grid planning and integration group performs a variety of projects for strategic initiatives across the enterprise, and my primary focus is Carolina's One Utility projects.
Thank you. And just for clarity of the record, is it true, Mr. Oots, that pursuant to the Commission's July 22nd, 2024 order in this docket, you have adopted the direct testimony of Mr. Nelson Peeler?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Turning now to Ms. Bateman, did the panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 13 pages?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to make to the panel's direct testimony?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in the panel's pre-filed direct testimony, would the answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And this panel's direct testimony did not include any confidential information, correct?
That is correct.
And did the panel also cause to be pre-filed a summary of its direct testimony in the docket?
Yes.
Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Kemright, I'd ask that the Carolinas Utility Operation Panel's direct testimony and summary be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand at the appropriate time.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed, and the direct testimony and summary of the testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you very much. The panel is available for cross-examination and commissioner questions.
So Sigfer and Ms. Kress, I think you're first for cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Ms. Bateman, I believe most of my questions, if not all of them, will be for you. I have a significant amount of time reserved to cross you on your rebuttal testimony, so I'll keep it very brief today. Were you in the room when Mr. Trathan had a conversation with Ms. Bowman about the term affordability?
I believe I was either in the room or watching online.
Could you please turn with me, and it should be in front of you, Sigfer's binder containing its potential cross-examination exhibit number 70? And Presiding Commissioner Kemright, we would request that this exhibit be marked Sigfer 2 and 3 cross Carolina's Utility Operations Panel Direct Exhibit 1.
It shall be so marked.
Thank you. And Ms. Bateman, let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. And this is a response to Sigfer data request 4-7, and the responder is Layla Cummings, State Energy Policy Director. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And this data request seeks a definition and explanation of the term affordable as used by Duke in its proposed carbon plan. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Duke, in its response to this data request, references the present value revenue requirement, or PVRR, as a metric by which affordability is discussed in the carbon plan. Is that fair to say?
I have not seen this data request before. I wasn't responsible for responding to it. So just give me a minute to read what it says and I can
absolutely
confirm. I actually don't think that's what it says. I think it says that the company objected to the request as overbroad and unduly burdensome. And then went on to note what we did provide, which was the present value of revenue requirements for each of the pathways. But I guess I wouldn't characterize it exactly the way you did in your question.
But you agree, do you not, that the response points to the PVRR rather than defining affordability?
I don't think it points to the PVRR as a definition of affordability. I think it just objects to the question and then references the PVRR that was provided.
And then the last sentence of this response says the company's modeling approach, as detailed in Appendix C, quantitative analysis did not constrain the pathways for a specific customer rate impact. Rather, that was an output of the modeling. Is that what it says?
Yes, and that I can explain more. When you're trying to compare portfolios, the modeling team looks at the present value revenue requirements. So kind of what, on a net present value basis, what's the least cost to customers? That's a consideration that they make. What my team does is calculate the bill impacts at specific points in time. And in this proceeding, we selected 2033 and 2038. And so we think that's a valuable tool to provide to this commission. And we provide those bill impacts for different dates in each of these proceedings. But that wouldn't be, you wouldn't want to make a decision based on a single point in time or even 2 points in time. Rather, you'd want to look at a net present value.
And so just to be clear, there were no constraints in the modeling in terms of customer bill impacts, correct?
I would say on customer bill impacts as of those 2 points in time. I think the present value of revenue requirements, you could make an argument that that is a revenue requirements in total are bill impacts.
The revenue requirements were outputs of the model, correct?
I believe they go, it's kind of, you'd have to ask the modeling team that.
All right. And in your direct testimony on page 12, you testify that should South Carolina choose not to participate in one or more of the generation units in the plan, there is the potential that both the costs and benefits from the units would be assigned only to North Carolina. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you could turn with me to SIGFR potential cross exhibit number 17, please. And presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, we would request that this potential exhibit be marked as SIGFR 2 and 3, Carolina's Utility Operations Panel, Direct Exhibit 2.
It will be so marked.
Thank you.
Presiding Commissioner.
So Ms. Kress, I have just pulled up exhibits, potential cross exhibit 17, and that appears to be an information sheet for a transcript.
It is an exhibit transcript from the 2022 carbon plan proceeding.
Okay. Okay. Okay, you may proceed.
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite.
Yes.
In the interest of the collaborative goal of getting this panel done today, I think we can live with in this case. I think we would observe, however, that introduction of entire transcript from a day from the hearing feels a little less than targeted information that would be helpful and efficient for purposes of assessing this. So we're not going to object in this case in the interest of moving quickly, but reserve the right to object to future exhibits that are not reasonably tailored for the purposes of the cross-examination.
Okay. Hearing no objection, I am going to identify, Exhibit 2 is marked. However, I will tell the parties that for depositions or transcripts, we want them to be tailored. There are many, many pages in depositions or transcripts. And so we want that to have the excerpts from the depositions or the transcripts be specifically tailored and identified so that we're not admitting into the record exhibits that contain, hundreds of pages for transcripts. So to the best extent possible, let's limit the pages for depositions or transcripts that are going to be included with exhibits. So, but no objection, so let's proceed.
Thank you. If you could please turn with me to page 34.
Okay, I'm there.
Do you need a moment to read it?
Yes. Yes.
And so in this response to Sigford's data request in the 2022 carbon plan proceeding, Laura Nichols, Vice President for Duke Energy, responds in pertinent part that as explained in the carbon plan, the companies expect to have more clarity in the 2024 carbon plan proceeding regarding the extent of state alignment, at which point the commission can determine how to modify and adjust the carbon plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kress. And then cross-examination for CUCA.
Yes, thank you. Marcus Trathan for CUCA. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Bateman, I believe that my questions will be directed to you. Just sort of pigging back to the questions about the bill impact analysis that you did and are sponsoring in your testimony. Duke has not modeled bill impacts for industrial and manufacturing customers, correct?
I don't think that is correct. I think we provided typical industrial bill impacts in a data request.
Okay, what data request would that be?
I don't have that off the top. I can provide it to you maybe when I get back up here on rebuttal, but I don't know it right off the top of my head.
Well, I'll show you some data responses in just a second, and that might be what you're referring to. But with respect to Duke's filing, the presentation that Duke has made to the commission, would you agree that there is no bill impact analysis for industrial and manufacturing customers?
That is correct. We only show the residential in the filing.
Okay. And Ms. Kress referred back to my exchange with Ms. Bowman about affordability, and I believe you said that you recall hearing that discussion at least.
Yes.
And can I assume that you agree with Ms. Bowman that affordability is a key objective of the carbon plan?
Yes.
And would you agree that affordability must be kept in mind by the commission as it considers the reasonableness of the plan?
Yes, I think it should be considered and balanced with the other objectives as well.
And would you agree that Duke has not presented any analysis in its testimony or filings before the commission as to the affordability of the plan for industrial or manufacturing customers?
I would agree that we didn't specifically label anything. We provided it in discovery when asked.
Okay, just if I could hand you a couple of exhibits, may I approach?
Yes, you may approach.
Ms. Bateman, if you could turn to CUCA Potential Exhibit 10. I would like to mark this as an exhibit if I could. I believe that it would be CUCA Cross Carolina's Utility Operations Panel Direct number 1.
It will be so marked.
Ms. Bateman, does this appear to be a Duke response to CUCA's data request 2-2?
Yes.
And have you seen this before?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you see the request is provide all studies, reports, work papers that show the bill impact of the P3 fall base will have on North Carolina's industrial customers? Is that the request?
Yes.
Okay. And you see the response is there are no additional studies, reports, or work papers that are responsive to this request above what was referenced in the response to the first question within this data request. Is that the response?
Yes.
Okay, and is that continue to be accurate response?
So, well, I'll say this. And this is consistent with prior IRPs and anytime that we've provided bill impacts, we calculate a percent increase and we show those in average annual increases in the bill impacts, the CAGRs. And we assume that percentage increase is the same for all of the customer classes.
Okay.
And that's a high level assumption, but given differences in allocation factors and load growth rates between the classes, we think that's a reasonable assumption. And so in the bill impacts, what we present, the residential bill impacts, we apply that CAGR and cumulative growth rate to the typical residential bill to show the, bill impacts for residential customers. But you could, but those bill impacts, the CAGRs, would also be the impacts for industrial customers.
So other than what you just described with respect to the residential analysis, is this response accurate to data response 2.2 to the best of your knowledge?
With what I just described, that you could use those same CAGRs and apply them to a typical industrial bill.
If you would, Ms. Bateman, I'll turn to the next exhibit, which is potential exhibit 11.
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner, if I could mark this as CUCA Cross Carolinas Utility Operations Panel Direct number 2.
It will be so marked.
Thank you. Ms. Bateman, does this appear to be a response to CUCA request 2-1?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the prior data response referred to in response to 2-2?
Yes.
Okay. And so I think this response asks for monthly bill impacts on industrial customers with certain assumptions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you see the response there is that the bill impacts model calculates an average revenue requirement resulting in a retail percentage increase. The percentage increase is assumed to be the same for all customer classes of service. Is that the response?
Yes, that's consistent with what I was just describing.
Okay, I thought so. Thank you. And do you have anything else that you'd want to add to that response?
No.
Okay. Let me give you a softball here. It's Duke's position, is it not, that costs incurred in furtherance of the carbon plan are recoverable from ratepayers?
Yes, as long as they are reasonable and prudent and incurred for that purpose, yes.
Okay. And wouldn't Duke argue that if the cost is prudently incurred, that there's no discretion in a rate case to deny recovery of the cost?
I think if they're prudent and if they're found to be prudent and reasonable and in the provision of electric service, I would agree with that statement.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect from Duke.
No redirect. No, excuse me. No redirect.
Okay. Questions from the commission. Chair Mitchell?
All right, I'm gonna try to be quick so we can get out of here. Y'all can be done today. All right, Ms. Bateman, I want you to walk me through the merger plans. You sponsor that testimony as well. I mean, you address it briefly in your testimony and you sponsor those provisions of the plan. And so I've looked at Chapter 2, Chapter 4, and Appendix C, and they all kind of say the same thing generally about the company's plans. I want to make sure I understand sort of the reason for my question is I want to understand what you all have modeled and the implications for that modeling versus what you haven't modeled, and sort of what we can expect in the future as plans materialize, as you all are anticipating at this point in time. So will you just make sure I understand correctly? I'm gonna let you know my understanding and you tell me if I'm right or wrong. Okay, for capacity expansion and production cost modeling purposes, the companies modeled our DEC and DEP are treated separately. Is that correct?
So I think I might defer to my co-panelist on this.
Okay.
Yep, and the specifics the modeling panel can address,
Okay.
but from a resource requirement perspective, DEC and DEP are required to meet those resource requirements separately. The consolidated system operations that was modeled in the expansion plan allows for the joint dispatch and joint commit of
Okay.
those units.
All right. So you got out a little bit ahead of me. I want to take this a little bit at a time just so I keep it straight. Okay. And I'll ask the modeling panel too, if y'all want me to do that when they come back up here. Okay. So DEC and DEP are separate for capacity expansion and production cost modeling purposes. And the model assumes that the BA, assumes consolidated operations across the two BAs or the three BAs.
That's correct.
Okay.
So essentially a single BA operation. Yes.
Okay, and so, but that's not how the companies operate at present. I mean, the companies are operating as independent BAs at this point in time. Is that right?
That's correct. Also with the joint dispatch agreement that's in place.
Understood. Okay, so why model the companies under that consolidated system operations perspective?
I may need the modeling panel to specify a little bit there, but I'll just say this has been in our long-term strategic plans to do this. There are mechanisms in place for us to take advantage of like the joint dispatch agreement and the way the modeling works. We want to make sure we can capture those benefits of what we can do today.
Okay. Okay, but the companies aren't functioning under that consolidated system operations approach today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But the modeling assumes that they are.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yes.
And again, I can ask all these questions of Mr. Snyder and the others if that's helpful. Under the modeling performed for this plan, for the plan that you all have proposed, each company remains responsible for meeting its own load. Is that correct?
Yeah, just
I believe that's
yeah.
correct, but again, probably the modeling panel would be
Yes.
more appropriate.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we're obligated to meet our resource commitments for each company separately.
Okay. So the provisions of the plan and the appendix discuss the combination of DEC and DEP into a single operating company. Do you all agree with my read of those provisions of the plan? Okay. I see you nodding your head, yes.
Yes.
Okay. But the modeling done for purposes of this proceeding does not assume a single opco. It assumes two different operating companies. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You touched some on the benefits of merging. I can't remember the word you all use, but I think it's full merger or complete merger. By January 2027, and you tick off a couple of anticipated benefits to customers, including production cost savings, fuel savings, perhaps capital investment savings. Is my recollection of the plan consistent with y'all's recollection of what the plan says?
Yes, at a high level, that's correct.
Okay, can you help me understand, so how does a merger of the operating companies, if that's what is the predicate for those benefits, how does that merger achieve those benefits?
Can you repeat your question? I'll just try to process it.
Yes.
Sorry, yeah.
So you say the merger of the companies, the merger of DEC and DEP will produce benefits for customers. And I just want to, and you said you describe those benefits as production cost savings, fuel savings, et cetera. So how, what's going on and when you're operating those two companies as a single company, how does that achieve those savings?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things that can take place. So it allows us to operate the combined BA in a more real-time space. So we get some operational efficiencies there. Also, we can take advantage of joint commitment. So we can commit units as a combined BA rather than focusing on the separate BAs that we are required to today. And there's a large piece that takes part in these proceedings is long-term resource planning and achieving our reserve margin targets so that we can optimize the resources in the most efficient locations based on our geographic diversity and system we have built today.
Okay, so when the resource adequacy panel was up here earlier last week, they were discussing the assumptions they made in their study that they undertook to establish the reserve margin target that you all are supporting in this proceeding. And so they discussed the combined. Their assumption is combined operations. So can you, are you the right person to help me understand what the assumption utilized in the resource adequacy study, how that assumption compares to the assumptions made for purposes of the modeling that you all performed for the plan?
I can give it a shot.
Okay.
And we'll see. We may need some more clarification from
Okay.
the resource adequacy panel and modeling panel. But for the resource adequacy panel, we have the reserve margin targets. My understanding of the model, it allows for joint dispatch, joint commitment, or completely separate. That joint dispatch and joint commitment most closely reflects the way we're able to operate today. So I think that's what they used as part of the reason to move forward with that, establishing that reserve margin target. And that is used as an input going into the resource planning model, and that was applied separately is my understanding. So each company would need to achieve that reserve margin target.
Okay. So if the companies were to have assumed full merger in this proceeding for the modeling done in this proceeding, how would your results have been different? How would the plan be different?
For the resource adequacy or for the expansion plan?
For the resource plan, not the resource adequacy. I'm sorry, the IRP.
I'm not sure I can get into the specifics there. There may be some.
Okay, I'll save that question then for modeling panel up on rebuttal.
Okay.
Okay, and the company's materials in this docket indicate anticipated completion of the merger by January 1st, 2027. Does that mean merger of the operating companies, or does that mean some sort of approval to perform the consolidated system operations, perform all those NERC functions in a unified fashion?
The aim would be for January 1, 2027 for the companies to be combined legally and operationally. Both.
Okay, so you'd have a merger of the operating companies plus all the other approvals you need to actually operate and comply with those federal regulations.
That's our target, yes.
Okay. All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Commissioner Duffley.
Could you just go over the JDA or joint dispatch agreement, and how is the company currently using the JDA?
I can try and give a high level overview, but the company uses the joint dispatch agreement between Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress to dispatch jointly on a non-firm basis. So there's no capacity benefits for that, but just to utilize the non-firm transition and resources to optimize the use of resources in both areas efficiently.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we've got a few more minutes, so we'll go ahead and get started with questions on commission questions, beginning with the interveners. Okay. Duke?
No questions.
Okay, so with that, I'll receive motions from the parties. Beginning with SIGFUR.
Thank you. SIGFUR 2 and 3 would move admission of their Carolinas Utility Operations Panel Direct Exhibits 1 and 2. And then for Exhibit 2, pursuant to your instructions, or what I understood your instructions to be, we will move admission for only page 34 of the exhibit that we had marked during cross-examination.
Thank you for doing that, and your motion is allowed.
Thank you.
Okay. CUCA.
Yes, CUCA would move admission of its cross-examination exhibits 1 and 2.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. And Duke, do you have any motions?
None at this time. The testimony did not have any exhibits.
Okay. So with that, thank you for your testimony, and you may be excused. We will go off the record. We will begin tomorrow morning at 9:30 in the morning. So thank you very much, and we'll go off the record.